We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Sinya uli di sombranzelten mag et zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonuna sugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Times wanna say what's on my mind, but I didn't. Just the other day, I wrote down all the things I said, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Baby, I know that you've been wondering. Oh, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, in case you didn't know, the way you look tonight, that second glass of wine got me thinking. There's something about the kiss, boy, you didn't mean it. Got me thinking, I'm thinking. One of the things that I've been feeling, oh, it's time you hear it. In case you didn't know, crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. You know, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, you got all of me, and I belong to you. You're my everything. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, in case you didn't know, ooh,
You know, I get nervous every morning to talk on this
in case you
thing.
didn't know.
I'm only like,
On the show?
hey, good morning, Guam! Biba Betness, Kahulu, wipe away the mugu. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, CNMI. Good morning, FSM. Good morning, Micronesia. Good morning, world. Good morning, Harmon. Good morning, Sabrina. I was going to get to you. I was like, anybody else? Oh, yeah, Sabrina.
Is there anybody else?
Yeah, guys, it's 6:19 on the link, the Breeze 93.9. As always, we have a big, huge, in the words of Andy Wheeler, a ginormous show in store for you guys. We'll just run through the lineup real quick. We're going to break bread and break our fast this morning with some mayors. Yeah, we're going to get the mayors on a Zoom, go a little round robin, find out what they're up to with PCOR 1 as yes, the lockdown has been extended for
A week.
another week. Okay, there are some changes that have been made with this PCOR 1, and so we'll talk about that coming up this morning. Again, we have from the Physicians Advisory Group, as there was a big meeting last night, Dr. Hoa Wen, who interestingly is one of the partners of Dr. Vince Akimoto over at AMC. And so I anticipate we'll hear from Dr. Wen about Dr. Akimoto's very hurtful and disparaging comments, misogynist comments that he made on the show yesterday. Also slated to get public health. We're waiting on the confirmation from the director, Art St. Augustine. And then we'll hear with our friend Johnny from the office of the FSM consulate and find out what they're doing to get the word out to the different communities under their umbrella about COVID-19. And so looking forward to that conversation. Then 8:30, we're going over to Las Vegas.
Oh, yes, Las Vegas, Nevada. So my friend Katrina Stover lives in Las Vegas, and she actually works in the first ISO facility in Vegas. She's a worker for FEMA. And so she's going to talk about her experiences there. She is originally from Guam, so she moved to Vegas several years ago. So we're going to catch up with her and hear, again, her story.
Right. And we kind of did that with Drew Murphy, who used to be a reporter in the KUAM news team on Monday, and he's in Hawaii where they're experiencing a crazy COVID surge. And so it was good to talk to him, and I'm looking forward to talking to your friend Katrina from Las Vegas to find out maybe some of the parallels, similarities, and even differences between the types of facilities that she's working in over in Las Vegas and what we have going on here on Guam.
Right, and also she probably has some valuable tips and information that we could probably learn from here.
Oh, there you go. So looking forward to that. And then we will have the Guam Women's Chamber at 9 o'clock as they have released a statement on Dr. Vince Akimoto's comments made on the link yesterday. So we'll talk with Holly from the Guam Women's Chamber. And then we close out the show 9:30 with Dr. Michael of the Physicians Advisory Group. Now, Dr. is a pediatrician with One Love. Yeah, man. One Love Pediatrics. And we wanted to bring him on, Bree, because we'd seen the other day with the cases of 10-year-old to 19-year-old, there was a significant bump in those cases. So obviously when parents see that, there's probably a lot of anxiety that they're dealing with. So we want to talk with Dr. who's on the Physicians Advisory Group and is also well-known and beloved pediatrician on the island. 622. Bree, let's just go into the events of yesterday's show. I kind of wanted to start on that, and we're going to be touching on it throughout the show. But
Which part?
well, first of all, I got that clip that was going around. Somebody had screen recorded the clip of Dr. Akimoto.
We get clips of our own show.
Yeah, that's kind of cool to get clips of my. But because I did the malfunction videos, people would always send me, "Hey, this was funny," but it was weird yesterday because I kept getting it
Yeah.
like 20 times.
Yeah, and it wasn't the clip that I really wanted to see over and over again.
Right.
So I think I had messaged Jason. I was like, can you please put this clip out, this response? Because I think people didn't see what was said after he made those statements.
Right,
And
right.
if there's one thing that I would like to see go viral is that. And I don't even want to repeat what I said, but
Yeah. Okay, I see him. Okay, and so we put that up on the KUAM News Instagram page, which was
Yes.
kind of the response, because and not really in anyone's defense, but it all just happened so fast, and so
Yeah.
logistically, on my end, what's going on back here is I'm answering the phone, I'm running the board, I'm doing the thing with the music and the commercials, I'm preparing the stuff and then we're doing the whole Zoom thing. So I actually didn't hear. I mean, I was in my headphones.
the F-bomb?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
over here trying to do stuff, and then I heard you go, whoa, whoa, and that's when I kind
Yeah.
of was like, hey, what's going on?
No, see, I heard
Yeah.
the F-bomb loud and clear like
Yeah.
a bell. I didn't hear the B words.
Because I'm driving
yeah.
the bus, but sometimes the bus driver's focusing on the road. He doesn't hear the kids back there, pencil fighting or whatever. Yeah, and I came on, I started paying attention, and it kind of seemed like he calmed down, and then he dropped the B-bomb, which, I mean,
The way he said it,
Yes.
the governor has said it,
referencing the virus, which is way
but
different
this was
than
just
using
too
it.
personal,
Yeah.
and it was just absolutely wrong. And like I said yesterday, if she's a bitch, I'm a bitch, because I really admire Dr. Jana Manglotnia and everything she has done and everything she has been doing. I think anybody that has been working this response, and like you said, she said, people are working 24 hours. They're risking their own lives. And
Yeah,
so, I
yeah.
mean, and so is Dr. Akimoto, but,
Yeah.
we don't need that. We don't need to be tearing each other down when we should be lifting each other up
Right, and I
and
think
keeping our spirits going during this time.
And I think that what I thought was interesting was, I mean, first of all, I just got so many comments yesterday, and I was talking with Dr. Manglotnia, for pretty much the whole day, and a lot of the comments I was getting, Bree, was interesting. We saw them on the social media as people were saying that everybody is just so stressed about this
Yeah,
COVID,
frustrated.
right? And the people were saying like, oh, Dr. Akimoto, maybe he needs help, someone to talk to. So there was that side of it, but again, totally uncalled for. And just,
Yeah.
I still can't even.
And I think if anybody had heard what Dr. Manglotnia had said the day before,
Right,
she was not being racist. She was not pointing out any particular ethnic group.
right.
She was just overall frustrated because she's done the public service announcements. They've done almost everything they possibly can.
Right.
And it's up to us, really, to follow the guidelines, to
Yeah.
stay home, to wear your mask.
And I mean, to be fair, the way I look at it is that we can't escape the blame in this, guys. I mean, we weren't following the protocols. We spread the virus to each other. But that doesn't mean that the government of Guam, has got a crystal clear, pristine record on this. Yeah, they
Yeah.
didn't prepare.
Right.
And so we're all dealing with these circumstances now.
And that's the thing. If you want to call out the government for not preparing, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But then to go and personally attack somebody,
Yeah.
that's a whole nother thing that I'm not down for and I'm not going to allow happen.
Yeah, and I think that's, we see it with social media and, with certain media on this island, the tone of it, I don't like it. Guam's a small community, and to personally attack people because of how they look or, you know, the decisions they made. I mean, when you get personal, to me, I'm just not down for that. Like, I am critical. I'm a critical thinker. I'll call people out. I'll look at the issues, you know, whatever. But I don't like it. I don't like that this pandemic is really. And some people, like the governor said, oh, it shows you true colors when we're, you know, in this crisis. But I think that's true. But what's also true is we're all dealing with this stress. And people are cracking, and we saw that with Dr. Manglotnia, where, you know, she comes on and she's always like, hey, you know, and she tries to give it to you sweet, because what's that they say, a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. Well, on that day, Dr. Manglotnia was like, you know what, throw out the sugar. I'm going to give these guys their medicine right now.
Yeah, and this was the day that two people had died, one of them a nurse, and I'm sure Dr. Manglotnia knew this woman. And even if she didn't, just the fact that we've all been going through all of this for what's 5-6 months now,
Yeah.
and we don't even know when it's going to end. So, you know,
Yeah.
Dr. Okamoto,
We're getting some of the comments here.
yeah,
Yep, Dr. Okamoto.
I still think he's a great person, and
He's passionate.
I still appreciate
Yeah.
his criticisms and his comments, but when you take it to a personal attack, I'm sorry, I just can't allow that to happen, especially not on our air.
Right. 628. You know, with all this being said, and obviously we're going to be discussing this throughout the show, and we'll go through the comments in a little bit, but I wanted to bring our friend Glenn on because, you know, like Bree said, and we heard it from Lillian yesterday, how important it is that we get on the same page. I mean, some of us aren't even in the same book, but just to kind of be united. And we all have our differences, but just to be united in trying to stop the spread of this virus, you know, which for a lot of us should be priority number one, given the stressed and overburdened state of our healthcare system, given that we have very vulnerable members of our population that, you know, are kings and queens, our manamko. And so, again, with that being said, I want to bring on Glenn, and maybe Glenn. I mean, this guy is. I mean, you can't Tetsa ranking on the Tetsa rankings.
Top tier Tetsa.
Top tier Tetsa. And so, Glenn, we wanted to bring you on, and maybe, I don't know if we could do like a prayer for peace or like understanding with each other, because I feel like it's that time where we just need to kind of bow our heads and let's regroup, guys. You know what I mean? Let's take a little time out and kind of come together and regroup as we head into this next week of this lockdown. I mean, we had 112 cases. I mean, people are dying. The deaths have ramped up since last week that we're hearing from the nurses. They're overburdened. They're tired. The doctors are cracking. So I think we just kind of need to reset a little bit. And so, Glenn, that's why I wanted to bring you on. Good morning, Glenn.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. We can see you. Looking good this morning.
Oh, yeah. I just got out of bed.
Good morning.
Well, good morning, sunshine.
Good morning. I turned on my phone and I was looking on and I saw that you guys are on, and then Jason messaged me and I'm like, oh my gosh.
I was like, get Glenn, get Glenn, get Glenn.
We need to pray.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was I watched yesterday. I was tuning in and out because I was preparing for work, because I am an educator, and you know, hearing all the conversation, I just want to thank and tell parents out there, thank you for being patient with us. This is a whole new thing that we're working on, and please bear with us as we continue to reach out to you and your students, coming from a, you know, DOE teacher point of view.
Right.
But,
hey, let's give him a good job, Glenn. Yeah, because I feel like
yes, it was a hot and heavy show the other day, and yeah, a lot of tempers were flaring, and like you said, we all need to regroup. And you know, sometimes when we're just too overwhelmed, just take a deep breath and let it out. So with that, okay, we can start. We can say in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we offer this prayer to shield and protect the medical doctors, nurses, healthcare staff, and all of our frontline responders as they continue to care for the sick. Shield and protect our family who are essential workers, such as law enforcement, firefighters, paramedics, and all first responders that are assisting our people. Provide guidance and insight to our government leaders on Guam. that have to make the hard decisions necessary to protect our people and the people of the entire island and all those that look to them for guidance. We pray for them that they make the right decisions and work together. And for all of us praying together, united as one, strengthen us, God the Father, the Almighty One. Calm our minds and hearts and take away our fears. In this we say, Amen. And we most especially pray for all the sick. We pray for them that they fight this virus and that knowing that we put our trust in God, that they will be healed. Amen.
Amen.
Father,
Amen.
Son, Holy Spirit, amen.
Viva Santa Maria Cumberland!
Viva Santa Maria and Cumberland. Viva.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thanks, Glenn.
That's how we
Thank
start
you.
a show.
That's it, bro.
Thank you for having me.
Anytime,
you.
anytime.
All right.
Okay, that's
That's that.
go drink your
Have a
coffee.
great day. Have a
Okay.
great show.
You too. Thank you,
you.
Glenn.
Thank you, Glenn.
All right.
That's that.
Okay. There you go. Glenn Lujan, part of our Link family. He's dedicated. He's always online watching the stream, commenting. What's your name for him again?
Who?
Nenny Poodles?
Nanny. Oh, no, he calls her pretty nannies.
Wait, how did you guys come up with that? He called
Yeah, he called
you.
me.
That's
He
your-
got-
that's
Oh,
his
he
nickname
calls
for
you Nenny Poodles. Okay.
Calls everybody nanny poodles.
Oh,
But
no.
I like to say it too.
Wait,
No,
wait,
he
wait,
said, he
let's
said,
get back
yeah.
in.
He said, no, I don't call everybody that. That's just for you, girl.
Hey, nice.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you.
Okay, that's that.
You're welcome.
All right. 6:33. Guys, let's take a little break and we'll come back and start the show with the news. Again, it's the Link on the Breeze, 93.9. Thanks so much for joining us. It's all proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, and they're going to open at noon today. Calvo Enterprises and IT&E. Again, it is Friday, 6:33, the 28th day of August. Good morning, Guam.
Bradley, what?
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast, with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information
What are the
you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
When the world feels stuck at home, there are people who would love nothing more than to have a home. Disasters don't stop during a pandemic. Together, we continue to give help and hope to those in need. Help now at redcross.org.
Another island boy on the mind making noise. Thinking how your body couldn't be a little toy. Like a little kid in the candy shop.
Hey, taking you back there. That's Melissa Soldiers. What's up, Melissa? 6:36. The Link on the Breeze. Let's just jump right into the news here from the KUAM News team with your Link update this morning. Jason Solis, good morning.
Have a day, everybody. I'm Jason Salas. Thanks for watching The Link. Here's what's making news. Our island tragically now has a 10th COVID-related fatality a 96-year-old woman who is dead upon arrival when arriving at the Guam International Airport. Governor Leon Guerrero made the very somber announcement during a news conference, also in which she announced that she would be extending the health emergency for another month and the stay-at-home order for another week.
We are in very dire straits. We are in very desperate times. And desperate times call for desperate measures.
We've seen more than 700 infections in August alone, says the governor, or 70% of all cases. That's why we will continue to be in lockdown until at least September 4th. Physicians Advisory Group spokesman Dr. Felix Cabrera says we need to limit the public's movement in order to stifle the spread.
The effects of us going into PCOR 1 and going into a further lockdown, so to speak, is that we won't see that full effect until the first week of September. So that's to temper people's expectations about the cases that we're going to see over the next few days, in that in all likelihood it's going to continue to rise before we start seeing it get better. So it's going to get worse before it gets better is the bottom line.
The governor did lift some of the previously announced restrictions. Banks and construction can restart. Limited activity will also be allowed for car sales and real estate. And you can go to the beach for individual activity, not in groups. She also addressed critics who say a lockdown is not needed and it tramples on their freedoms.
We cannot afford being divided in this desperate time. We need to be all together. And I totally respect people's rights. I totally respect people's opinions. But we all have to march to the same tune and form that barrier and hold hands and fight this virus till we can get it under control.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Well, over the past week, 7 employees from the Navy Exchange Guam have tested positive for coronavirus. As a result, on Saturday, the NAX main store and home center will adjust their hours of operation. This allows staff additional time each day to disinfect, deep clean, and restock store shelves, ensuring the health and safety of customers. Contact tracing indicates that the 7 were not exposed to fellow employees, and NEX customers have not been identified as close contacts. Now, areas of the NEX have been identified for cleaning and disinfecting and will be off limits to personnel until those processes are complete. The new hours for the NEX main store and home center is daily from 10 to 7. Now, the number of daily COVID-19 cases being recorded are off the charts on Guam, and GMH Administrator Lillian Posada made it clear during a at-a-loop press conference that staff is exhausted.
Let me be clear. Unless we dramatically slow the spread of COVID-19, more people will die from this virus. Worse yet, people will die simply because we do not have the bed space or medical staff to treat anything but a rising tide of COVID-19 patients.
Governor Leon Guerrero painting the harsh reality. As she states, the hospitalization rates have drastically increased. Guam Memorial Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas also adding that our medical staff framework is being flooded by COVID-19.
Our resources are tapped as much as we have prepared for this. It continues to tax our resources, and our nursing and our healthcare professionals here at the hospital. You know, we're exhausted.
As a result, the government has sent up a staffing request for medical assistance to the United States military. Posada says our healthcare system needs an additional 40 critical care nurses. As well, the request includes for critical care doctors and respiratory therapists. According to the governor, the requests were sent to both FEMA and Rear Admiral John Manoni, who have since forwarded up to their chain of command.
Preparations have always been ongoing. We have also worked very diligently to identify alternate care facilities for overflow. And those are options that can be taken advantage right away. Our greatest concern with this increase of cases is it's overtaxing and it's resulting, and the consequences are that we will have challenges in meeting the illness needs and the treatment needs of people that come in, as a result of being infected for COVID.
In executing the support, Secretary of Defense Mark Esper is meeting with the state surgeon cell tomorrow to discuss Guam's staffing needs. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
Check us out at KUAM.com.
More news. 112 new positive cases were reported out of the Joint Information Center last night, bringing Guam's total COVID case count to 1,232. 766 of those cases are active, while 456 are recoveries. 38 people are hospitalized at GMH, according to the CIT report. There are now 10 deaths as of Thursday. A bill to cancel the primary election is passed, but still needs the governor's signature. Senators met in an emergency session Thursday to debate a bill by Speaker Tina Muñoz-Barnes to scrap the balloting over voter safety concerns during the COVID pandemic. At the request of Senator Kelly Marsh Titano, Attorney General Levin Camacho issued an opinion that senators do have the authority to cancel the election and to decide what to do with more than 2,000 votes that have already been cast. The AG also said while he needs more time to research whether canceling the congressional primary violates federal law, he notes that the Organic Act gives the legislature broad authority over local elections. Voting no were Republicans Will Castro and Luis Muñoz and Democrat Kelly Marsh Titano. The governor has said she supports cancellation. If she signs the bill, though, into law, all candidates will advance to the general election on November 3rd. The Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce issuing a statement in response to Dr. Vince Okamoto's disparaging, quote, misogynistic statements about public health, medical director Dr. Jana Menglotnya on the link. The statement, quote, he used language that was dehumanizing and completely uncalled for. Hate speech that would normally be censored by a broadcast station, uttered one day after the centennial anniversary of women's suffrage. Okamoto's profanity made it clear that women still have to fight for equality in today's professional environment, as it is fairly obvious he would not have uttered such derogatory epithets at a male colleague. We will be hearing from the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce later in our show. The U.S. Department of Transportation's Federal Transit Administration today announced 25 projects in 24 states and one territory that will receive a share of approximately $14 million in funding through the Accelerating Innovative Mobility Initiative, or AIM, to support mobility and innovation in the transit industry. AIM grant recipients will deploy new transportation technologies and services, including micro-transit. According to a media release, the Guam Regional Transit Authority will receive $1.9 million to introduce on-demand transit service to expand connections between rural communities and naval base to the island's commercial centers. The 2020 Republican National Convention wraps up tonight with President Trump delivering his convention address from the White House, officially accepting his nomination for a second term. Day 3 of the virtual convention focused on law and order and featured speeches by Kellyanne Conway, Kayleigh McEnany, and Vice President Pence. The vice president praised the president's work in the past 4 years and strongly criticized Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden. Skylar Henry reports from Washington.
You won't be safe in Joe Biden's America.
Amid ongoing protests for racial justice, Vice President Pence argued the nation would be less safe with Joe Biden as president and better off with 4 more years of President Trump.
Too many heroes have died defending our freedom to see Americans strike each other down. We will have law and order on the streets of this country.
The vice president also defended the president's response to the coronavirus pandemic on the 3rd night of the Republican National Convention, as other speakers reached out to female voters.
I have a 9-month-old daughter. She's a beautiful, sweet little girl. And I choose to work for this president for her.
A woman in a leadership role can still seem novel. Not so for President Trump.
Tonight's lineup includes top GOP lawmakers in both the House and the Senate, as well as the president's daughter, Ivanka Trump. Alice Johnson, the former inmate whose life sentence the president commuted at the urging of Kim Kardashian West, will also speak.
He had the ability to save my life from life in prison, yes. He is the one who released me from that terrible sentence.
More than 1,000 guests are expected on the South Lawn for the president's speech as he officially accepts the party's nomination for a second term.
I hope that he also looks to our future and talks about bringing this nation together.
Democratic Vice Presidential nominee Kamala Harris will deliver a pre-buttal this afternoon, blasting the president's record on the coronavirus and racial injustice. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Washington.
And that's your news.
Thank you. 646. We'll take a real quick break and come back with mayors on the link. It's The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning.
NBC Primetime Tonight kicks off at 7.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Is it just me, Bree, or did the governor go like full-on Tan Chai yesterday at the press conference? Right? It was like,
I totally get your opinion, but I totally told you guys to stay home. I told you already. Stay home, but you don't listen, eh?
I mean, yeah. That's, you guys don't listen. 649. Good morning.
Oh, man.
Yeah. It's Friday, okay? Let's do it, man. Let's go to the Zoom room where we have a smorgasbord of mayors joining us for breakfast. We have the Mayor's Council President, Derrida Mayor Melissa Savarez. And we also have from Tatuha, Mayor Louise Rivera. Good morning, Mayor Louise.
Good morning.
And from Petey, Petey the Fool, Mayor Jesse Alley. Good morning. Let's just start. We'll go round robin. We'll start with you, Mayor Savarez. We wanted to get your reaction to this whole incident and the comments made by Dr. Akimoto yesterday on the link. So go ahead, and Mayor Savarez, we'll start with you, and then Mayor Louise, and then Mayor Jesse.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
I didn't hear the comments by Dr. Akimoto, but I hear the concerns of our entire communities, especially physicians, that we're not talking clusters anymore. We're talking families. I know in Derrida we have over 200 positive cases, and the concern that we have is there's families, I'm concerned because I have a whole family, husband, wife. The wife is a nurse, husband, wife, and children are all tested positive. So, what we're going to do as mayors is that we just got to go out there and look for families that are gathering and ask them to, some of them are not wearing masks. If they're in the same household, of course I understand, but now we have a whole household, including the children, in some households that are tested positive. And that's our concern is, everybody's protecting themselves. I mean, frontliners. We had a frontliner that lost the battle to COVID the other day, and how did she protect her families? How did they protect their families? That's our concern.
Mayor Louise.
That I deal with Dr. Akimoto all the time, and he's very compassionate.
in what he says and does, but as for the remarks of the profanity, that was his way of expressing things, and so we just hope that people will continue to understand and let's try to get this curve to go down, because there's so many people affected. We're on the front lines every day. Me and my staff, we've gotten tested, already 3 times. So even with the numbers, I mean, if that is that what making it really climb up high, because so many of us are getting retested over and over, because we're having to be on the job every day, even on weekends, out there with the community testing, even if it's at private clinics, we're out there assisting with traffic control and everything, so I know he was frustrated, and my comments are, some people are happy of how he was expressing himself, but some people are upset of the way he did it, and so everyone right now just has to have patience for one another, and do the best to respect each other, to help. I mean, instead of just criticizing and things like that, I mean, let's try and help find solutions, for everybody to be at ease and see, how we can help each other get through this.
Mayor Alec?
So what I would like to say is that his reaction says so much about the pandemic and how we're dealing with it on Guam. Our people at all levels, whether you're a physician, whether frontliner, whether you're at home, the pandemic is just getting the best of us. And I feel that it probably would be best to have better communication with everyone, so that everyone knows what's going on. And I want to relate to the PCOR statuses, just like we relate to typhoon conditions. When there's typhoon condition 1, nobody goes out. Everybody stays home, right? No one, you know that everyone's prepared. So at PCOR 1, everyone should really be home, just like if it was typhoon condition 1. And I just feel like all the different changes with PCOR 1 and the regulations under PCOR 1 from last week to this week to next week, it gets everyone confused. And that's what kind of irates everyone. And, I wouldn't want to be the governor at this point. God bless her and everyone that's helping her. But at the same time, we've known COVID since January. And March, it really affected us as an island. And I think, maybe 5 months from March to maybe July, we could have probably had a better idea, a better handle on how we can treat the PCOR statuses, so that the residents are clear, just like we are clear with typhoon conditions. Because, we're smart people, we're intelligent, whether you're Chamorro, whether you're Guamanian and you consider Guam home. I think the government needs to have more faith in our people, because we are intelligent people. And Mayor Louise is right, and Mayor Savar is working together. Communicating is probably the best tool at this point, because the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing sometimes. And yes, it's all a process. Yes, it's new, but by golly, it's going to be September. And PCOR 1, the status PCOR 1 should really be, clear to everyone,
right?
So that whether you're a business, whether you're an employee, as an example. And I know I'm moving away from what Dr. Akimoto said, but
it's all relative.
What I'm pointing at is that he has reached a point in his professional career and in his personal opinion that, it's just over the top. And I feel like a lot of people are there already. Some people just have given up and just, forget it. I'm just going to stay home and do nothing. And what the other doctors are saying are, well, you need to exercise. Well, some people have just given up and just stayed home. So yes, it's difficult, but I think together as a community, we can work together to communicate. And like Mayor Savar said, we do go out to our communities and we do check to see what's going on. And we try to provide the guidance, but we cannot provide proper guidance if that's not being given to us as well.
Mm-hmm.
So again, it's not trying to criticize, it's we're trying to work together,
Right.
but we can't work together if we're not communicating properly and we're not, like I said, the regulations under PCOR 1 change.
I mean, you're
So-
going to buy a car? What the heck does buying a car got to do with anything? I mean, you're right, the mayors, and I just got to say, nothing changed since last week except things got worse. So where I'm coming from is why are we opening more things when it's gotten worse from last week?
I think what Dr. Felix Cabrera had mentioned during the press conference yesterday was what the governor did when she it appears that she eased up the restrictions during the press conference, was that she was actually restoring it to what it was when you initially declare PCOR 1.
Right.
So what was changed was those were the stricter guidelines, right?
Right,
When she implemented the lockdown,
Dropped the hammer.
the first stay-at-home order.
Right.
But no, yeah, I can agree. I mean, Dr. Shea had pointed it out yesterday that there's like these mixed messages
Yeah.
that are out there.
Totally agree. I mean,
Right. So
yeah,
I think that
and that's a big one.
if those, if so all of those conditions could be under PCOR 2 so that everyone knows, that all the residents know under PCOR 2, this is exactly what you need to do. Just as if it was a typhoon, you go out and you get your supplies for 2-3 weeks, you shutter up your homes and get ready to lock up, gas your cars. PCOR 1 or typhoon condition 1, everybody stays home. So if in PCOR 2, certain businesses can operate, you can do certain things. PCOR 1, and it doesn't change, and it shouldn't change because then it just confuses everyone.
Yeah. you're right.
And I'm only saying that because I have to deal with that in PD, in such a
Right.
small village, right?
Right.
And an example is an employee calls and asks, they're a construction worker, can they report to work? Well, why shouldn't you report to work? Oh, because the executive order says no construction work or no construction outside the fence, right outside the base. So it's like, oh, well, the best thing to do is check your employer. Well, can the employer force you to work? Well, I don't want to tell the employee that anything because I'm not going to pay them. So the best thing for them to do is call 311 and get the information from 311. And if you have to report your employer, then so be it.
Right.
But and I wouldn't want to. I employ people too, so I don't want to. I wouldn't want to be put in a situation, like
Right.
that.
Let's move along from here. Mayor Savares, we had talked to Dr. Hoa last week, and he had talked about enlisting the Mayor's Council this week to enforce a lot
The
of these.
stay-at-home orders. This week he was on our show. I think it was Wednesday, and he was talking about enlisting the help of the Mayor's Council of Guam, all of the mayors, to basically help report people that are violating the stay-at-home orders that are out there. I don't know, gallivanting or whatever. Have you guys had any audience with the PAG?
No, we haven't. And, with the shutdown, we're really limited to what kind of audience we can have with whoever, right? Whatever groups. And so I did have a conversation with Dr. Nguyen last night, and I will be reaching out to my colleagues via our chat group to ask, because, like I said, his concern is it's not clusters. It's not people gathering at funerals. It's not people gathering at events because there's nothing going on, It's family units. It's from the home. And like I said, I have several families who the one spouse is a first responder, and now the rest of the family in that household are positive for COVID. So with the exception of maybe one or two people in the household. And, so those are the concerns. Even with contact tracing, the positive cases, you find yesterday we had 112. The day before was 136. Are they coming from groups? You see different, the schools, the schools throughout our island, they were in preparation. The staff was in preparation for the children to return in the last 2 weeks. So of course you still have a skeleton crew operating, and what's happening is somebody who's going there didn't realize that they were in contact with someone else, whether it be at home or through the school, through a coworker, and they continued to come in until they finally tested, and they tested positive. Now, everybody that they were in contact with, whether it be at work or at home, have to be tested for through the contact tracing. And I just feel sorry for our public health nurses, because they're the ones at the Northern Health Center that are doing all these, and so we see the lines, the testing for the contact tracing. And so I understand Dr. Wed when he says it's not cluster groups anymore, because offices have closed, the stores have closed, with the exception of the groceries, So it's not them contacting it in these big groups. It's contact through the home front.
Right.
So, just ask families to please not gather, what do you do? You have people that live together. How are, they're not having other family members from other places come in. Where are they contacting this from?
Mayor Louise, you had that protest in your village in Tumon, the constitutional rights people. If you could just give us your thoughts on that, and then also, have you been approached, and are you ready to start snitching on your residents who are disobeying the stay-at-home orders and breaking the restrictions?
Well, we have gotten calls about people that are residents that are having a lot of people at their homes. And so people will call me, and we do what we can to talk to them, reach out to them, let them know that they're not living in the household, that they shouldn't be there. A lot of the neighbors, that have these issues, with their next door neighbors having a lot of people, it's surrounding their house. So people are calling in to us all the time, and we do what we can to talk to them about it. Even with those that are renting, I would reach out to the landlords to please explain to your tenant that, they're not supposed to be, gathering. If they're not living in the household, everyone's supposed to stay at home. And then there are those also that are still out on the streets that have no home to go to. So, we're trying to get them into the homeless shelter program, to have them relocate, but some of them just don't want to. They don't want to go. They ask us to leave them alone because they're fine out there where they're at. But we're trying to keep everyone safe, and we're going to do the best that we can, to ensure everybody's safety.
What about the mayor's council authority? Mayor Tavares, I know that you had mentioned that you had a conversation with Dr. Hoa, who's the chair of the PAG, and you plan on providing information to your mayoral colleagues. I wanted to ask, though, do the mayors have the authority to issue citations?
Yeah, Mayor Alec does.
I know that you can issue for littering, right? And dogs?
Mayor, we're going to put you on patrol.
But can you issue citations for people that are out when they should be inside?
And based on the executive order, no, we don't have that ability, that power to do that. However, what we do is we actually, let me share with you. Last week, we had GPD full force. We opened the farmers market just for produce. And Saturday morning, we had 5 police officers from the task force that were out there actually policing the farmers or whoever, the vendors, to make sure that they were practicing social distancing. Everybody had a mask. We had signs that said no mask, no entry. The vendors had signs that said practice social distancing at each of their stalls. And then on Sunday, we had actually public health. 2 individuals from Public Health, Department of Public Health Environmental Health Division came out, and they were actually checking on each and every vendor. One of the concerns that Public Health said is that they are the regulating agencies. Mm-hmm. They are the ones that actually, several weeks ago, I had the concern before PCOR 1 with over 100 cars at a facility, and that gaming was going on. And so, you know, I was communicating with the front office, but at the same time, they were communicating with GPD and environmental health. It was the following week that they finally got a hold of me and said, Department of Public Health is the enforcing agency. They are the ones that are going to go out with GPD to break these things up and give the citations and whatnot. But at this point, the mayors can only be the advisors. And, you know, in some cases, I went to a place across from the sports complex. It was a house that had more than 12 cars, and you know that they don't all live in that household. And so I kind of talked to the family, and they said, Mayor, this is our private property. What we do in our but, you know, I said, one, the concern was you guys weren't wearing masks. They said, but we're eating. You know, they were having family dinner. It was, I guess, Mom's birthday, and the children from their other households came over to wish her happy birthday. I've seen birthday parties where they just drive by with their balloons, and the person that's celebrating stands at the front of their house and waves at their family members going by. So it's how we can advise them, but we can't enforce it. That's when GPD, we can get the assistance of GPD and public health.
Right. But if you can issue citations for littering, and it's just something that can be done through the legislature.
Yeah, let's get
so you know, the citations is not just the public law. We have to, like Mayor Alec, I mean, when I said, show me what you're doing, we have to go back. When we're citing the citation, you go back to the Guam Code Annotated, not the public law. So even if they created a public law, it has to be registered in the Guam Code Annotated.
Mayor Alec,
right, Mayor Alex?
What do you think, though, Mayor? I mean, why not just gun it and cite people and worry about it later?
It gets thrown out. It gets thrown out of the courts.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So you actually have to make sure that you cite it correctly. Like my first citation, nothing ever went wrong with it. It was just that there was a miscommunication between myself and the court. But the second time around, you know, as long as you get as long as you note the correct citation, you'll be okay. But yeah, we don't have that authority. And even if we tried to, like Mayor Sawar said, it'll probably be thrown out in court. And I've had to go in front of a judge. So you'll actually have to go in front of the judge.
So y'all are just supposed to be snitches, right? And just call GPD? That's what they want you guys to do?
I mean, it just seems like a lot of double back. And we heard from Mayor Savara. She's going in and she's saying, hey, guys, break it up, break it up. What about you, Mayor Alec? Residents of PD, are they doing gatherings that you got to go in and say, hey, disperse?
No, we follow the rules in PD.
Yeah, that's why no one's running against you. Mayor Louise.
Not really.
Okay, I got you.
No, yeah, we follow the rules in PD, so we hope, you know, God willing, we'll be okay.
Right on, Mayor. Mayor Louise.
And Dr. O is
It's
from
good
PD
morning!
too,
Mayor Louise.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, we do cover a big area, and a lot of times we're getting calls from the neighbors that are seeing a lot of cars. People are still getting together to exercise on their private property. So when I've gone out to them, you know, I found them like doing different stations, but again, it's on their private property, and so I've just explained to them, well, you don't all live here, and right now we're in PCOR 1. So they said they understand, and so, I've been going by, checking out, in different places every evening, after the office hours, and, so I've seen that it has gotten better. They're not coming together the way they used to, and of course, the neighbors, they tell us what's going on or when there's a lot of cars. So, we continue to look out. And again, like I said, reach out to them. All we can do is talk with them because it's their private property.
Right. We're going to switch gears just a little bit here as the whole island last night and yesterday was flooded. I feel like God was punishing Dr. Akimoto and all of us. Just, you know what, guys? Let's wash your island clean real quick. Everybody hose it down. Get the water blaster. Hose down this ugliness. So we got a video. We got the video. We're going to pop this video up, and then we're going to come back and ask you guys about flooding in the villages and, more mayorly kind of things, right? So stand by, mayors. Go ahead, Joe.
Really
And,
not
here
too
we have
bad
this video. We're
through
gonna pop this
Tuesday
up
and
on
Wednesday,
our,
but then that
screen.
disturbance could bring more showers and thunderstorms to Guam on
This
Thursday.
is different.
So really not a
Viewers
bad outlook
submitted
for us
videos
in the
of
coming
flooding
weeks, but
that
again, the
happened
showers and thunderstorms this
yesterday and
afternoon,
last
tonight, and then the next
Yesterday,
couple
yes.
afternoons with isolated
Is this the video
thunderstorms. So that's the
edited?
thing to be
Also.
careful for and to watch out for.
Okay, so video. Okay, so Landon was on our show. So.
Right. And he actually called this. So every Monday we get a little weather report.
Storms to Guam on
This
Thursday.
is different.
So really not a
Viewers
bad outlook
submitted
for us
videos
in the
of
coming
flooding
weeks, but
that
again, the
happened
showers and thunderstorms this
yesterday and
afternoon,
last
tonight, and then the next
Yesterday,
couple afternoons with isolated
Is this the video
thunderstorms. So that's the
edited?
thing to be
Also.
careful for.
was on our show. So.
And he actually called this. So every Monday we get a little weather report.
To Guam on
This
Thursday.
is different.
So really not a
Viewers
bad outlook
submitted
for us
videos
in the
of
coming
flooding
weeks, but
that
again, the
happened
showers and thunderstorms this
yesterday and
afternoon,
last
tonight, and then the next
Yesterday,
couple afternoons with isolated
Is this the video
thunderstorms. So that's the
edited?
thing to be
Also.
careful for.
Wow.
It was really bad yesterday.
It was. How about in you guys' neck of the jungle? Let's just go around robin. We'll start with you, Mayor Savars. Dedito, flooding issues yesterday? Always?
You know, well, not always. We made sure that the drainages were clear, but you know, with that flash flood, rain, heavy rain for several hours, anything, even things that don't get flooded, were flooded. You know, we had we were in different areas, but you know, just waited for the water to recede, and then things were, you know, there's still some problem areas that we're addressing with DPW, but we try to manage that. But we didn't have rivers. You know, we had in our low-lying areas, we always experience certain things, so we always make sure that the drainages are clear and that there are places for the water to go. We have a lot of ponding basins and water catchments.
Mayor Louise?
Well, we have certain areas that do flood, and it's a reoccurring problem for a few of these areas. I had to relocate 2 families last night because you know, their house was getting flooded, water coming into their units. And so you know, we were able to relocate them to a hotel. And you know, we've also been working with Homeland Security and DPW in regards to the flow of the water. So you know, certain areas, you know, we do have the Harmon Sink area. So I know somebody also posted about that. You know, there was a vehicle that was floating away on the main road, and so they wanted to make sure that no one was in that vehicle or hurt. So but those, you know, those are different areas, and you know, if there's something, a place that we have missed that has not been, you know, that we're not aware of, you know, I'm just, you know, hoping that all the people will call in if they're having any other issues, because we do have our crew that have gone around the whole village, and you know, to see and find out all these problem areas that flood. You know, even just you know, 1 hour or even 30 minutes, you know, there's already flooding going on. So, you know, we continue to go out and clear storm drains, you know, and do what we can to, you know, to get that assistance to help the water flow out where, you know, it doesn't affect our residents.
Mayor Alec, I want to say I feel like PD is a flooding village because you got the whole Nimitz Hill.
Correct. Yeah, it's flooding. You know, we have the infamous Polaris Point area.
Right.
But on top of that, the village proper, we, those of us down in the village, we get the rain from the hills. So yeah, we did have several complaints. Nothing, no life-threatening or residential flooding, but of course, you know, the heavy water flow. One of the things that was important, that has been important for me, is the clearing of the drainages, the waterways. And so, and it brings me back to the executive order. DPW is charged with a lot of the main, with the routed roads, right? So Route 1, Route 6. And, there are other people that are more important, right? So we'll use our district funds to clear this out, but I could not hire a backhoe. I could not rent any equipment because of the executive order.
And the ban on construction, right?
Right, exactly, because they're considered construction. So nobody wanted to do the work for us.
Wow.
Thank goodness for brawny men and shovels. So we're okay. Yeah. So, but we did okay, for the most part.
Right.
But hopefully, Saturday at noon, we have a contractor ready to come out to do some clearing through, the road, the waterways that need to get.
It just really goes to show that you guys are frontliners to everything happening in your community.
Right.
So thank you guys for everything.
We'll go round robin. Closing statements, Mayor Savares, and then we'll get Mayor Louise and Mayor Allig, and we'll move on to our doctors and our public health part of the show. So go for it, Mayor Savares.
Yes. We just want to emphasize the importance of even families. Wear your mask while you're at home. I mean, none of the three of us aren't wearing our mask, but we're by ourselves. But even with your families at home, I have a household of 4 and we still have I have 2 elderly, but we're seeing that frontliners are now testing positive, and then they still have to go home to their families. So please, the importance of wearing masks even around your families. If you see families or people gathering in little groups and they're not wearing masks, call GPD. I hate to say that, but you know what? Our Dededo precinct is always filled, but there's somebody, or 311. Call them up and they'll send a group out if you can't get a hold of the mayors. But the importance, we've got to flatten this curve. It's just going up so high that it's really affecting our communities. So we got to do everything together to take care of our people.
Mayor Louise.
Yeah, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and also I ask that anyone who has any issues with anything, I mean, if they'd like to be a part of our neighborhood crime chat, crime watch chat, or just our Tatua social chat, to please call in. And if you know of someone in need that may need help, or please, our office is open from 8 to 5. We're receiving phone calls and doing email. So, anyway, if there's any need or concerns that you have, please give us a call or let us know. We try to be everywhere, go all around, but there may have been something we have missed. So please, if you can, call it in. Our office is open 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. And we just ask that everybody do your best to stay safe. We'll continue to, let you know when, as soon as the food is delivered, we have, a date may be scheduled for food distribution, but then it doesn't come at the time that they say it's going to come. And so, that's why we ask that everybody try to get on the chat, because as soon as delivery is being made, we send out that information right away.
Yeah, I heard that chat's popping.
Yeah.
Mayor Allig.
Well, we want everyone to stay safe and to exercise around your homes. I do go out and I do see people walking around their homes, which is great. I do that around the house here. And for the people of PD, they know that they can give us a call if we need to do a grocery run or a hardware store run. We will continue to do that. And most especially, be healthy, eat healthy. We do provide the service of pickup and delivery for the the Farmers Co-op of Guam every Wednesday. So the residents know that you can give us a call and we can pick that produce bag up for you and any special orders that you may have. Of course, you just have to pay for it. But other than that, be healthy, stay safe. We are a resilient people, and we will get through this together.
Thank you so much, mayors. Again, Mayor Jesse Allig, PD, Mayor Melissa Savares, Dededo, Mayor Louise Rivera, Tamuning, Tumon, Harmon. Be safe. God bless you. And I know you guys are going to be busy. Everyone's going to be going to the beach and the park. So just be vigilant. And thank you, okay?
Snitch.
Thank you, too.
Yeah, snitch.
Snitch on them.
Yeah.
Right. Straight up, huh, Bree? Y'all be snitching. Yeah, 7:21. We're going to come back with Dr. Hoa Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group. And we also have public health on the way. This is the link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
Hafa Day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you're sick. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Great artists that Guam has produced. Savage K, JD Crutch. The feels on this one. Gone with the Wind, 725. It's the link of the Breeze, 93.9. It's all proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. They're going to open at noon. And then we also have, there was a release that came out from the Guam Bankers Association. So I saw in the comments people were asking about the banks. We'll go ahead and get that on in a little bit. But first, let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where Dr. Hoa Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group is standing by. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good. Let's just get it out of the way real quick. I know that you had messaged a lot of people about Dr. Akimoto's outburst yesterday with the comments, very hurtful comments that he had made. And did you want to just address that right off the bat, Dr. Wen, so we could move on to everything else?
Yeah, guys, I know on behalf to all the physician provider in Guam, we really apologize for the outbursts of one provider yesterday. No one should do that on the air. Again, the deepest apology to Dr. Manglona. She's working. I tell you, we don't pay her enough to work, that much, and she's really she worked long hours every day, and every time we see her, we tell her get some sleep. You really try your best, as everyone does. Everyone in public health does try their best, and we didn't anticipate the amount of surge that we have. So mistake make here and then, but again, the whole island trying their best. So you can't really pick somebody like that. So again, apologize for one of our colleagues, and again, I would like to say thank you for Dr. Manglona for the work that she does. So that's all I say. I mean, it's a need to be, okay? So I can't say enough for that. So again, just Dr. Manglona is working really hard, and I can't ask her to work harder than that. So my hats off to her. Okay.
Thank you, Doc. Let's.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we had a big meeting last night, the Physicians Advisory Group, right?
Yes. Chris, let me bring up this thing real quick because in the next week or two, we're gonna have a very high demand on care on the patient in Guam. GMHER and GRMCER are really get overwhelmed with sick patients, and they really need the patient, the people in Guam. The message that if you have mild symptom, call your provider. Get seen at clinic level, but do not go to emergency room because they really saturated at the ER with all the sick patients. As you know, we have like 38 admission now at the emergency room. So if you have mild symptom, cough and cold, go call your provider, call the clinic, and get seen in the clinic. Everywhere you go, it's going to be some wait just because we have so much patient at this point. But please, do not saturate the emergency room at both GRMC and GMH. They need to concentrate on the sick patient. If you cannot breathe, you cannot talk, you have chest pain, go there, okay? But you have just cough and congestion and body ache, just go to the clinic as much as possible so that you don't saturate the emergency room at this point.
Doc,
and that's the message I want to get across to the people of Guam. So please contact your physician or get seen in the clinic level if you can, okay?
You called this a couple of weeks ago when we started to see those really big numbers. You said, hey, hospitalizations are going to climb quickly, and they are. I mean,
yes.
We have 8 new people in the hospital.
Yeah, it's 38 according to the situation report from last night.
Yes.
Right. And so
and guys, the sad part is might get higher before it get better. So again, just like the mayor say, I talked to Mayor Saras yesterday and asked for their help. And at a certain point, we really have to be very cautious on the family unit level. Okay, so everyone on this island need to concentrate protect your own family, and that's what we need to do. Okay.
Doc, what can you tell us though about we talked about the hospitalizations really briefly, but I think we need to talk about this a little bit more because where are we going to put all these people that might be rushing to the Guam Memorial Hospital in need of COVID care when we already have 38? And I know that it's a balancing act moving people in and out. Now there's a COVID-5 unit. Where are we going to put all these people? I mean, we talked about tents. We got to wait for the Blue Med tents to be ordered. We have FEMA tents that are on island that we're not using. We don't want to use the military tents because they don't have this negative ISO pressure thingamabob thingy. So what are we going to do?
Because we're here now.
I think Chris is that, I think the talk is that the Guam Student Center, will be, is the second site. to try to put the non-COVID patient there at the med-surg or med-tele level. So that way we can make room at GMH for more COVID patient. I know talk that they will ask for staff in the federal level to come in before the tent is set up. So there's a lot of things that are on the plan and they anticipate that. Is right now just ask for the federal level and everything to convert locally. But yeah, the second place is the Guam Student Center. That's what they are planning now. I know talk have been discussed for the past week or so, and I think that it's going to move in that way. And then other talk at the second site. I know SNU is not ready to be on the table, but I think other place, I can't tell you other place they have, but one of the hotel will be, will be tasked to be like the hospitalization until the tent gets here, and those are in the works. So
how soon are we going to see the surgery center? You said ready to go. When are we going to start moving patients out of the telemetry ward over to the surgery center? Because it's taking forever to get this super duper aircon chiller installed at the CIF at the SNU.
Yeah, I don't have the timeline, but you will have more likely the next week or so. You will see the probably Guam Student Center have to stand up. We don't slow down the admission.
So the surgery center, they're going to use their own staff. Because
staffing wise, I think that it's going to be a mixture of everything. I think I don't know all the detail, but I know some of the staff get moved out, and I'm sure Guam Student Center will have some staff from the hospital, from both hospitals, will be augment that site. So the staff issue, Sabrina, I'm not quite sure, but I know that's the second site that they will open the next room at GMH.
Well, I'm glad that we're not going to sit around waiting for the SNF to be ready. So I guess that's good news.
Was there any?
Right now they cancel all the elective surgery only at Guam Student Center, only emergency only. So they are planning on that site, and I think that by next week, if this thing don't slow down, you'll see a big change.
Have they? What about the isolation? An update on the isolation facilities. So we have Days Inn and we have the Ocean Garden or Garden Court, Bayview Garden Court, I think. But we heard there was supposed to be. There are talks about one coordinated isolation facility, kind of like how we consolidated the QFAX. We still
Sabrina, that question I'm going to leave public health behind me, so they will feel that I don't want to say something.
He's like, no.
It was Felix Cabrera, part of the PAG, who said that there was going to, there was an updated ISO
but I
facility.
think they will have better answer than I can give to you. Okay?
Just make something up at this point, Doc. We don't care. Just take anything.
But the only thing that I want to tell people is that, from now until next Tuesday, we're going to have some limitation on testing. Okay, that need to be out to public, and I'm going to ask public for some help here. Diagnostic lab reagent are running very low, so we will not run as much tests as we used to until the reagent come in sometime next week. So right now, what we like to do for the public is that if you're symptomatic, okay, then you can come into a clinic level and we can do some testing on the symptomatic patient. But if you're close contact with somebody that's positive and you don't have no symptom, what we ask you to do is stay home, okay? If you have symptom, then come in and see someone, but stay home until at least next Tuesday, and you can come in and we can resume the close contact testing again. But do not come in if you don't have any symptom, because we won't test you, okay? That is prioritized on people that have symptoms. So please just stay home, don't go to work, okay, until at least next Tuesday. And when the tests get back on the diagnostic lab level, then we can resume the close contact, asymptomatic, testing again. So come in only if you have symptom, and we will test you at that time. We need to do that. So really like to pass that message to the public, so that way people don't come in and waste their time at this from now to Tuesday.
Doc, is this just on the private clinic side, or is this also something that's going on with public health that we're out of the
I
reagent?
think that come across the board from everybody. Public health, DOS, GRMC, they all have their limitation, and we don't want to overwhelm the system at this point.
Right.
If you come close contact with someone and you don't have any symptom, you have to wait at least 5 to 7 days anyway. So in the meantime, just stay at home and do not come in. But come in if you have symptom.
Doc, I just have to ask that I got a message here. What about people who need to get a test for off-island travel?
That's a tough one. For the people that need the test to travel, we can prioritize them. There's 3 clinics that have the Abbott machine that can help you in those situations. Is that AMC, Dr. Galgo Clinic, and Dr. Clinic. So if you really need to have a travel clearance to go within the next 72 hours, then you can go to those clinic, and we use the Abbott ID to make sure they clear for the travel.
Bring your ticket, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else talked about last night that we didn't ask you about?
Just come clean, Doc.
Okay. We talk about a new home quarantine. We need to start working on a new home quarantine program that we can monitor better regarding compliance rate. Because I tell you, one of the surge right now in Guam is because people are not follow the strict guideline of home quarantine. We have a few people that turned positive on day 7 of testing, and I tell you, by talking to those people, none of them stay home the first 7 days, and that's where the spread coming through. So, we will have to talk about new quarantine guideline, because we cannot continue the way we go with the home, Q factor for every patient coming in. So, either to some application on the phone that we try to implement, or come up with something. We don't have no detail right now. We just need to sit down with public health quarantine team with the PAC and work out a very strict home quarantine that help people responsible for when we're home quarantine and get tested in day 7. It's a total failure on that part.
Leche, we're already talking about home quarantine when we're only 1 week into the lockdown. You just stay home already.
Yeah, we really have to start working now and make sure that we have the step, the enforcement that we can do. But like I said, it's very hard to find somebody at this point. Just like the mayor said, it's just, if you don't have the teeth to enforce the quarantine at home, it's not going to work. People are still going to go out. And
so we're going to have these in place before we just allow home quarantine again.
Bree, you have to.
Okay.
We felt the first time.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
I wish everyone that really abide by the rule, of the home quarantine. But unfortunately, a few people didn't respect other people, and they do the wrong thing. So we have to come up before we relax the quarantine in the hotel.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear that, we'll have some kind of enforcement provisions in place.
Right. I feel like this is something that they should have, when they had that bill in the legislature way back, I feel like this is something we should have done forward facing in anticipation. But again, the planning,
I also, Doc, we had on the mayors on, and Melissa Tavares of Teredo said she did have a conversation with you about, with them becoming snitches and all. But in the executive order, it does talk about these enforcement and fines and things like that, but it only extends to public health and to GPD. Why not extend that to the mayors if we want mayors to be snitches?
Yeah,
I shouldn't say snitches, but to
keep saying it. Keep saying
it. That's the wrong word to say.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, we know what you mean.
I know.
Sorry, Bree's gangster, Doc. That's the only way she knows. She doesn't know tattletale. She doesn't know informant. She just uses snitch.
Yeah, I know. We need the help of everybody. Public health by themselves will not be able to do this. We need the help of the mayor. They're very powerful at their level. And so I asked, Mayor Tavares to, talk to Mayor Council. If we have to go talk to them, we will. And we ask them, please, just monitor the activity in your village to make sure that you don't have barbecue in the backyard, gathering. And just go and talk to the people and say, hey, please don't do this. We all have to get out of the PCOR 1 somehow, but we need to help everybody. So if we have to change things, the executive order for the mayor to have more power, then we do. But we really need their help in controlling this surge right here. So I'd like to thank you, Mayor Tavares, for spread the word out to other mayor. So thank you so much for doing that.
Doc, what do you think about, we just had a comment here and we'll let you go after this. Governor needs to implement a curfew. All businesses close at a certain time. Get all the essentials you need, do your errands, and everyone stay home.
Christopher, right now, like I say, the business like Payless or the Takeout restaurant, none of them have any breakout. And, that's the part where, I agree with the governor in open those business. So the takeout food and Payless and the car auto shopping thing, they should be open because the right now really, if you want to control the breakout, the surge, control from the family level. You have to be known where the breakouts. You find people that positive, one here at Payless, one here at whatever business they have, but is that from home? It's not from the business. So control where the search is. There's a search right now at the family unit. So that's where, I asked the mayor to do that. And the PAC really, we agreed to do that just because we don't want to control all the business at this point because that's not where they are. They identified the positive, they notified the public, but that's not really the breakout. The breakout is from home. So I don't think that from day one, they don't have any breakout in the business setting. You have one that positive, but they cleaned up the business, but really you trace back from public health standpoint, it's at home. So, it's very hard to do that. So open to some takeout restaurants so people can take home food and the auto repair and the construction, because none of those have to do anything to be positive. This is from home. So I keep telling my patient every day, please protect your family. Don't let, just right now, people, your brother and sister want to come over for dinner or breakfast. Just tell them, hey guys, respect our family.
Curbside.
We see you in about 2-3 weeks or so.
Your breakfast is on the porch.
Yep. That's what you can do.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay.
We got to run because we got public health. We got the territorial epidemiologist, Ann Poputski, Dr. Annette. So.
Chris, one more thing.
Yeah.
If you go shopping at Payless or something, or Cost-U-Less, don't bring your family. Yeah. One person, please. It just doesn't make sense. I went to Payless the other day, and the whole family is there. Yeah. I mean, come on, guys. You can go shopping one person, so do not bring the whole family. Leave one at home, okay?
Right on, yep.
I
Recon. Doc, you got that military. You got to send the recon guy out, the scout. I'm the scout for the family. I go in and I get the groceries and I take the risk upon myself, and then I'm out. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
You got to go on an extraction mission. You got to go into Payless, extract those groceries, and come on out. Because if you bring the kids, what are the kids going to do? They run around, they touch everything. They just, kids. 7:45, we'll take a really quick break. Come back.
I'm actually just even scared to go anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm like, I got to go to work and go home. And then, I dread when I have to go get groceries because I'm just putting myself out there.
Well, there you go. 7:45, and a lot of people feel that way too, and they should. Keep yourself safe. We'll be right back with more of The Link on The Breeze.
We understand. You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day in Mabuhay. I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
What if they have to barbecue to cook their food because they can buy butane? I always thought that was interesting. Barbecue on Guam, when we say barbecue in the States, barbecue is a method of cooking, right? It's how you cook food. In Guam, barbecue means social gathering. So what is okay is you can barbecue to cook your food, okay?
As long as you're by yourself.
Yeah, with your household, okay? Don't deprive yourself of good barbecue during this pandemic. Your body needs it. It's essential. 7:49, let's go to our KUAM News Zoom room again, where we have public health. We have Annette Uggan, who's with the contact trace team, and then we have the state epidemiologist, Dr. Ann Pobutsky. Good morning, ladies. First of all, I just want to start, and I want to apologize to you two lovely ladies for the comments, the disparaging, hurtful, misogynistic, sexist comments that Dr. Akimoto made yesterday on this show. I run the board in here. I'm responsible for what goes out over the air. Unfortunately, I was doing a lot of things. I didn't get to catch it in time, but totally uncalled for, totally disagree with, the tone and obviously the name calling and the cursing. And I just want to say on this show that you support what you guys are doing. We had our share of missteps, but I know you guys' heart in the right place. You're just trying to keep people safe out here. And I'm sorry that through Dr. Akimoto's comments that your entire department, got caught in the crossfire. And I apologize for that.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate that, and I also appreciate, Dr. Nguyen's comments as well. And yes, it's unfortunate, but we will push through it and move on and focus on what we need to do, which is to protect the people of Guam and keep our island safe and flatten that curve. So
Right.
thank you.
Nobody got a day off because of this, right? You didn't wake
Nope.
up and you're like, oh, do we get the day off because of what, doctor? No, we still got to go to work. So let's we'll start with you, and I want to do a little different. We'll give you the floor. Just give us an update, what you think we need to know, both of you, and then we'll jump in with some questions.
Start with it.
We'll start with, whoever.
What's the question?
We'll just give us a... Where are we at right now, Ann?
Where are we at right now?
Yeah, that'll work.
Well, as everybody knows, there was a doubling of cases in August. This is a major surge and a doubling of the deaths. So that's what we're dealing with. And as Dr. Wen was talking about, they're associated with household contacts are very common, funerals, family gatherings, and there is some workplace transmission. All of this is local transmission. These are not people coming in, except there were some for a funeral earlier in August, and that's what we're dealing with. And we understand that people are fatigued by these restrictions, but it's a big problem. And what we have seen driving this, 57% of the cases were among those aged 20 to 39 in August. That's almost 2/3 of the positive cases. So it's young people driving this. We understand people are fatigued by the restrictions and they don't want to follow them. Everybody wants things to open up, and it just can't happen, because what happens is people die. And Dr. Manglona has been very articulate about what the issues are, and it is the responsibility of the community. We can only do so much. We're just one agency trying to address this pandemic, and people do need to continue social distancing. I think Dr. Wen was right, talking about the store. Everybody's 6 feet apart, and you have to wear a mask, and you're sanitizing your hands. But he's right. Don't bring your family to the post office. Don't bring your family to Payless. Go in, get your groceries, head on home. Let's sit out this new lockdown and see what happens. See if we can make a dent in driving down the infections.
Let me just ask.
So that's
this.
what's going on.
Right. So let me ask this: what we're seeing now, how dated is this info? From how far back are the positives and the hospitalizations? How far back are we tracking this? Because this is not the result of things people did yesterday, right?
No, we've been tracking this since March. We have a daily tally of cases. You can go on our website and see it. You can also see the graphs that our Epi surveillance team is putting together. Stephanie has a graph, and she plots you can see the surge. Go on the dashboard and check it out. You can see the August surge, the jump in cases. And yes, some of this stuff started back in August, but then, the lockdown hasn't been for very long. It's only been a week now. Yeah. We're going to have another week. You're not going to see the results of this so-called lockdown until a few more weeks. And the hospital's full. That's the other issue. This thing surged out of control. It flared up. We're seeing more deaths. We're seeing more hospitalizations. The hospital's full. We don't want people to get sick and end up in the hospital. And those people who are older, middle-aged, you're more likely to have chronic conditions. That's who ends up in the hospital. Yes, we do see a few cases of younger people and one death, but it's mostly the older people with chronic conditions who are going to end up with severe outcomes and or death. So if you're young and you're wanting to go out, think about the rest of your family members, and especially your manamko. Stay home.
I think what Chris was asking was just clarification on, so we could have the test results from yesterday, for example, but how old, or where did that batch come from? Was it from a week ago? Was it from the ones that are in the freezer?
Yeah. I think that's
I'll let Annette handle that one.
Yeah, thank you, Annette. So a lot of people are asking, Annette, with these results that we're getting, how many of them were from the mass testing and how many are current, just so we kind of know better where we're at right now, which, we're screwed, basically.
We are current. We no longer have a backlog. Sunday, Public Health caught up with what they had, and then on Monday there was a remaining that we sent out to our partners at DLS and GRMC to help with the testing. But we have been caught up. We have no pending as of last night. So as the clinics and the hospitals, as well as our like quarantine swabbing submitted their specimens, lab has tested it, and so as we have been current these past few days, and so these are new cases with recent infections who presented themselves to the clinic, or they were identified as close contacts and came in and were swabbed through the Northern Community Health Center. And so again, we are seeing new cases, new contacts. GMH also is the one being inundated. So they're the ones, unfortunately, throughout morning, noon, and night, they are nonstop reporting to us. We have another positive, and it's different age groups. And so we have, again, like Dr. Nguyen mentioned earlier, some are mild symptoms, but they're going to the ER, which is already saturated, like he said. And so again, if you're having symptoms, but they're mild, please go to your private physician to be evaluated and tested, so that GMH can definitely focus on those with more serious complications or symptoms.
Annette, are you guys caught up on calling people and giving them their results from the mass testing?
No, that one we are still working on, sir. I know that last night the nurses were saying, we're dealing with emails and phone calls. They're calling all the way up until 10 p.m. at night to inform individuals of their results. So, but as the results are coming out from our laboratory, the nurses are getting that so that they can inform the individuals. So that one is, they're dealing with hundreds per day. I know at one point, one of our nurses mentioned we had like 680 calls in one day, and we are, from morning through night, we are dealing with it. The call center is assisting us, and then we have nurses doing work from home, after they clock off at the community health centers or their assigned duties, be it at the ISOFAC or the quarantine FAC, the quarantine units. Those nurses are also assisting by calling into their night, just so we can inform the individuals of their results. But the positives, once they're positive, they're informed right away.
Okay.
Right. And I can give you some of the numbers. We're trying to publicize that today, or at least get the numbers crunched.
Please
From
do.
the mass testing, from April through July, we only had 42 positives out of almost 7,000 tests. I believe it was 6,808 tests. The month of August, we especially that was just that one test, almost 1,500 tests and 120 something positives. I'm trying to sort through the numbers right now, but that's clearly a reflection of the surge. Whereas before we had almost 7,000 tests and only 42 from the mass testing, and now we're seeing 120. So out of 1,500.
Ladies, stand by just a sec. I'm going to sign off. KUAM TV 11, our Friday audience. Thank you guys so much for watching the show on KUAM TV 11. It's continuing, as always, on The Breeze, 93.9 FM on the radio, or you can jump on our KUAM News Facebook live feed, where we will continue the interview with Public Health's Annette from the Contact Tracing, and Dr. Pobutsky, who's the state epidemiologist. Okay, thank you guys. Hasta, adios. Have a good weekend. Be safe. Jump over here.
Stay home.
Stay home, yeah. Okay, so where were we?
I was going to ask, have you guys had that moment yet where, you keep seeing this increase and this surge and you're just like, what the hell are we going to do? I mean, I know I've had that quite a few times in the morning, and Chris has had to deal with my craziness.
We're all going crazy. I mean, Annette, maybe more to you, but God, I almost feel like if it's so widespread north to south, we're seeing it at businesses, at schools, and I mean, are we even contact tracing anymore?
Do we need to?
Do we need to?
It just seems like everybody's got it.
I just would be like, God,
Yes, we are still doing our investigation and contact tracing, and yes, these numbers are overwhelming. Our staff are doing the best they can with what we have in front of us, and day in, day out, through the night, and even on weekends. My staff have no life besides work, go home and rest, and repeat the next day. But we are pushing through as best we can. We are working with the new cases and their contacts to get them, interviewed and swabbed, get those new cases isolated, get those people contacts into quarantine until they are able to get tested and to complete the 14-day quarantine period. It is a daunting task, but again, that's why we reach out to everyone that we can't do this alone. It's an individual responsibility, organizational responsibility, and a community-wide responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we just push through. We won't give up the fight. Yes, there's been a lot of questions of when is enough? When do we just say, okay, throw up our hands and quit and hunker down? But that's not how we are, the people of Guam. We are resilient. We fight. We, when we come back, we pull together, the Infant Malik. And so that's something that, again, we are pleading with everyone. Do your part, help us do our part, and we will get through this and flatten that curve.
But Dr. Ann, do we really need the contact tracing? Because it just seems like it's everywhere right now.
No, we still need to continue doing what we're doing and do the contact tracing, because there have been several significant clusters that we need to address. But again, those are associated with churches, funerals, gatherings at bars and restaurants, and all that hopefully has been shut down and the infections will decrease. The biggest problem now is our capacity at the hospital to deal with severe cases. And that's the issue. And that's the problem. We can't just have everybody open up everything, go about their business, and the infections are going to go on. Then you're going to see more deaths. It's what we've seen in 2 weeks. How many deaths? 5 in 2 weeks, and this major surge. And that's going to continue unless people start restricting themselves again.
Ladies, let me ask you about this. So we had one of the deaths was an elderly man who he was brought from home, transported in the ambulance.
He was dead on arrival.
He was dead on arrival. Had COVID. Are we concerned at all about people who are staying home and have caught the COVID real bad and they haven't been tested and they're popping up? I mean, showing up dead on arrival or either severely ill.
Yes, some of the physicians on the Governor's Physicians Advisory Council have talked about that, particularly elderly people, people with chronic conditions. If you're sick, don't wait. Go see your doctor, or if you're really, really sick, shortness of breath, et cetera, and you have diabetes or you have a COPD or other chronic condition, yes, go get seen. And wear your mask and do what needs to be done, because yes, there's anecdotal thoughts that the doctors are saying people are waiting, and we're more concerned about those who might have severe outcomes. So actually, a person at any age with a chronic condition would be at risk.
And Annette, let me ask you: when you call people, or when your team calls people and they're positive, especially in this climate where, like Dr. Ann has said, the deaths are doubling, the positives are doubling. What are these people saying when you get them on the phone and your team has to break the news to them that they're COVID-19 positive?
Annette, I'll let you take that one.
Some of them are actually relieved because now they know. Some of them have suspected they had COVID because they're symptomatic. And so they're really concerned about their family and their coworkers or who else they've been with. And so by them knowing that they are confirmed, we give them the education and the guidance on what to do next and how to coordinate with the people that they've been in close contact with. There are some people who unfortunately are hesitant to share who had they been in contact with because of the negative backlash that they're going to get, and so we just have to work with them and continue to advise them that it's not your fault. It's no one's fault to get this virus. It's something new, and we're all dealing with it. But we definitely need to inform your family, friends, or coworkers or other people you've hung out with during your infectious period, so that they know what happened and that they're possibly exposed, and that they take the necessary precautions to quarantine and to be tested and to monitor their health. So again, the people of Guam have been very helpful. Again, it's a partnership. We can only help you if you help us. We need the information from you so that we know who are the contacts and where you've been, so we can notify these individuals so that they can take the necessary steps, and we can help you with setting up a testing date. So again, we can verify through your exposure, have you been infected? And so the people who have been contacted, they're actually calling us. There are some who, so-and-so told me they're positive and now I'm a contact, can I get tested? And so again, we have to wait to the formal report. and then we work on that, because again, we've heard in the past false rumors about someone being infected, and so again, we deal with all these calls, people reporting to us, but again, we need to verify to official report that the person is positive, and then we'll call those individuals back and say, okay, no, that's, the information you heard was either inaccurate, they're not positive, or yes, unfortunately, you're correct. And now that we have the official report, we will initiate our interview with you and coordinate scheduling and have you quarantine, and what's the time frame you need to stay home.
Doc, you keep on bringing up, and I know that we've talked about this on the show, about we need to watch what's happening at the hospital. And the numbers from the SIT report, 38 people hospitalized at GMH. They're talking about the Surgery Center, I think, sending the telemetry patients there so that they can open up more space in the telemetry ward. They've opened COVID Care Unit 5. How close are we to just a complete lockdown? Nobody goes outside for X amount of period of time. Are we close to that point where we need to see that happen?
That's the governor's call.
Right, but in
From
your
a public health standpoint,
are we close to that point?
Yeah, because it just seems like I was thinking yesterday we're teetering on the edge. I mean, we're just a few steps away from patients in the hospital, in the hallway, outside. I mean, we've seen this nationally.
Mm-hmm.
So just from a public health standpoint, as we try to, like Dr. Manglotnia says, put out this raging wildfire, when does it reach a point where we say, hey, you guys running around?
I don't know. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. We've had 1 week of a kind of a lockdown, and let's see what happens. She's extended it. The governor's extended for another week. Let's see what happens with the numbers.
Okay.
Annette, what's the status? So we're getting a lot of comments. People want to know what's the status with testing and what type of testing is available. We heard a little bit from Dr. Wen, just so from public health, who can get tested, when can they get tested, where can they get tested?
So with public health, we continue on with the testing of identified contacts. We schedule with the Northern Region Community Health Center nurses to have them come in on specific dates. And so Northern has been averaging just over 100 per day. And so they're taking our contacts that are identified, as well as those they do have for symptomatic individuals that they schedule, as well as a few slots are for for the travel clearance because they have to go off island. Yes, it's unfortunate. Dr. Wen had mentioned with DLS is currently down with their reagents. Public health continues to test. We have our supplies. We're all caught up, as I mentioned earlier. We continue to test for those who are in the quarantine facilities as well, and those who, again, identified as close contacts. So we are currently able to provide testing as needed for all those that we are handling and been reported to us as contacts. And so it's just DLS, our partner, is waiting for their supplies to come in. GRMC2 has helped us, but they also are seeing our own clients for testing, and so they continue to do that in-house while we're waiting for this restock for our private partners. But public health is available for testing, and we have our test kits and our reagents.
So just so people don't freak out, how many tests are you guys anticipating being run today when we get the end of day results that we normally report? Because we're seeing, significant tests being run, and I'm just wondering, are we going to, for lack of a better term, fall on our face tonight and get like 30 tests?
No, we normally average 100 to 200 specimens delivered to our lab. Last night we tested just under 300, and it was the first time in how many weeks that my lab staff got to go home before midnight. They caught up, and we finished way earlier in the past week and a half that they've been burning the midnight oil, getting these tests all the specimens tested. I'm sorry, and so our capacity is there. We have our test kits. again, also have a new contracted microbiologist on board, thanks to the Pacific Islanders Health Officers Association. In the midst of our surge, they stepped up and expedited a hiring of another microbiologist to assist our team. So that has helped augment it. And again, we are ready and standing by for whatever specimens are brought over. And normally, quarantine facility alone, we're usually 50 to 100 that are delivered to us for testing. And so we're just standing by, and even for like GMH and the other clinics who do not have their own Abbott machine to test their clients, we are standing by to receive and assist as needed.
Okay. So we may not see as a high number of people testing positive, because we're not going to be able to test as many, run as many samples.
At least until Tuesday.
Right.
Not necessarily test positive, but again, we're also focusing on those who are symptomatic and those who are contacts. So it's a targeted testing.
Yeah.
If we get a number, we just have to see a number. Yes, we are seeing household members becoming positive, and it's to be expected if you're living in the same house, if you're not able to also do the social distancing within the house, and so we're hoping to see the numbers go down. We've been hitting the double or triple digits these past week, and so again, only time will tell. This lockdown has helped us with flattening the curve. But like Dr. Ann said, it's going to take maybe another 1 to 2 more weeks. We just started this lockdown.
Yeah.
And so for us to turn the tide, it takes time.
Right. Dr. Ann, you'd mentioned, we know, all right, the family, the household spread, but you'd mentioned a couple clusters. Can you give us any info on that? As you know, we kind of got used to getting that type of info way back, where they revealed, there was a cluster here, a cluster there, a cluster everywhere, cluster. So what clusters are we looking at? Because I've heard some things. You mentioned church cluster.
Yes.
Yeah.
And funerals and bars and restaurants. And Annette can talk about, we're not naming all of these places.
Okay.
Some of this happened 3 weeks ago. So it's not like we have a list of don't go here, because obviously some of these places are fine now. It happened 3 weeks ago. So we're not naming names. We're waiting for an opinion from the Attorney General's office on releasing information about specific establishments. But we do know the restaurants and stores have been very good, and the workplaces about, if there's a positive identified, they clean up their store or their workplace. The person goes home and is isolated and that sort of thing. So, and people may be tested if they're close contacts, and then we move on. And some of these clusters have been limited to, say, 2 or 3 or 4 people, and then it doesn't become a giant cluster or outbreak.
Right.
So we've had several of those where it stopped after 2 or 3 people, because people are doing what they're supposed to do, isolating at home if they're sick, complying with home quarantine, etc.
Annette, could you just walk us through, like, on the typical, right? So let's go with a bar, for example. When you have a cluster that associates from a bar and you do your investigation, how does it start and how does it spread?
So it's based on the interview and the information that we are able to get from the cases of where they've been, who have you been with, and then we start to connect the dots. And to be clear, like what Dr. Wen had mentioned earlier, and it's not the place, the bar, the restaurant, the establishment. It's the individuals and where were you before you went to that event. That location just happens to be the commonality. So when we find out information is, okay, you guys went to that bar, but you're from different households. You know that's the common point where you were together. You hung out for so many hours or whatever. So it comes back to, were you guys wearing your mask or not? Did you practice the social distancing? So the location, the establishment, they've stepped up. They've done their part. So it's not on them. It's you going out and who were you hanging out with. But prior to that, who were you with and possibly exposed to, and not realizing that you were infected because you're feeling fine, you're young and healthy, and you went out. We've had instances where the bar was just one place. Then they went to a restaurant. And then, so there's some overlap where we found cases that in more than one location, they hung out together, be it a bar, restaurant, but we also had a party at our place, barbecued at my house or at my cousin's house or my friend's house. And so there's some individuals where 3 or 4 places their paths cross, and And then unfortunately, people who were with them at those locations were exposed, brought it back to their families and their coworkers. And so that's why to pinpoint a location, it's widespread on Guam. We're seeing it. And like Dr. Nguyen had mentioned, it's the family. It's you going out and about to other places, going to work, but you're hanging out with people at home. You're visiting your own family and friends at their homes and not realizing someone was infected and now you're exposed, or you're symptomatic and you're still going out and about as if nothing's wrong. You're still going to work while you're symptomatic. And so that's been the very frustrating but common theme that our investigators and contact tracers are hearing. Oh yeah, so-and-so was sick, but we just had a small barbecue. It was less than 10 people, but they were still sick and you still had to get together. And so again, that's why we don't want so much focus on which bar or restaurant. It's the fact that people were not staying home, not washing their hands, not wearing their face mask, not doing the social distancing. And the location just happened to be where they were at the same time, but then they ended up going back home or back to work, and that's how we see this spread.
Thank you. Let me ask you this. We had a question on the phone that came in. Flu season, right? So we're telling people who are symptomatic to go get tested for COVID-19. Are we worried that some of these people may just have the flu, and how do we differentiate between what could be the flu and what could be COVID? Or do we just test everybody who's got a runny nose?
No, there is also a rapid flu test that clinics and labs can conduct, where in a few minutes if it's flu or not. And so that's something that happened in the beginning, where are you sure it's not flu or is it COVID? And so people were able to say, get a flu test, and if you're negative on the flu, then you highly suspect it's COVID. Yes, flu season for Guam, we're tropical, we're throughout the year. Our flu season is different than the mainland, where they're mainly in December, January, February, wintertime. For Guam, we normally see it this time of the year, right, when school opens, when rainy season starts. And so another big push that we will have to do while we're still dealing with COVID is to increase our annual flu vaccination. And that's something, when the flu comes in, public health with our medical partners in the private and public sector, the people at large, we need to really push to increase flu vaccination to prevent the spread of flu while we're still dealing with COVID. And we want to push that until we get the COVID vaccine out. And so that's something that is coming up in the next month or so, when we get those flu vaccines received, that we will be working with our partners, the frontline, the healthcare workers, law enforcement, as well as critical infrastructure, to get them protected against the flu, so that we can help differentiate, because you got the flu vaccine, so this is most likely COVID. And then we definitely want to protect our elderly and those who are high risk due to any type of medical condition. We want to protect the young. The flu vaccine we can give it as young as 6 months of age. So again, we need to have widespread immunity for flu, so that we can ensure we don't have a surge in influenza infection while we're still dealing with COVID infection.
Right.
Yes, we don't want two twin epidemics.
Right.
They call them a syndemic when you're having two at once. We're also still worried about dengue. We don't know if it's going to surge this fall. We just hope people aren't breeding mosquitoes in their yards with all the rain we've been having.
Wow.
Yes.
Dr. Ann, let me ask you this, because, just in layman's terms, for some people I talk to, it seems like the COVID now that we got that's spreading, I don't know if it's reached that point where it's just so widespread and we're seeing a different cross section of people get it and not do good against it. Is that the case, or is it that has it evolved into something more dangerous, or is it just that it's spread so much that, like Dr. Maglonia said, it's burning everywhere? Because it seems like people caught it early on. I knew some people who had it and was like, okay, fine. But now I know young people who work out every day, who are healthy, who do the dieting, and they're getting like slammed by this thing.
Yes.
Yes, we do track these numbers by age, ethnicity, and et cetera. And we do see August was almost 2/3 of the new cases were people aged 20 to 39. So young people were spreading it. They've obviously spread it because of these gatherings, funerals, etc. And some elderly people have acquired it and then ended up dying. So I think we can still track what's going on and hope we can not, simmer it down again. So it's at a very low rate. I don't even know if kids will be able to go back to school till next year. I don't even know if that's possible, because if young people are spreading it, we also saw in July an uptick in the under 18 group.
Right.
And that was up to like 36%. And then it went back. It was 50%, 56% young people in June, and then that kind of decreased, and the 0 to 19 group went up, and now it's back up to the young people, 57% in August. So we are tracking that, and if we can get people to simmer it down and stop infecting other people with it, I think we might be able to get a handle on this. And again, as Dr. Manglona was saying, it's the community's responsibility. Dr. Wen was saying, don't take all your kids, don't take the whole family to the store. Just get one person go to the store, get supplies and toilet paper and food, whatever. And don't have any parties. Sorry. We have to social distance and wash our hands and all the stuff we need to do, and isolate the sick and stay at home if you're sick, especially. And this is what Dr. Manglona used to say early on in the epidemic. When we didn't have enough tests, people would call in and say, I have this, that, and the other thing. It's like, you know what? You probably have it. You probably have COVID. Stay home and isolate yourself from your elderly relatives and hope that you recover. The problem is, some people get it and they get severe consequences and they end up in the hospital. And again, that's where the problem is with people with chronic conditions at any age, elderly people, et cetera. So we're trying to simmer down the use of the hospital. At the same time, if you're really sick, go to the clinic, go to the hospital. If you have the sniffles and you're 25 and no other symptoms, maybe you have it. Stay home and don't party with your friends. Play with your phone, watch videos, read a book.
Wipe your phone.
Read a book. I like that. Read
What's
a
that?
book.
What's a book?
Well, thanks,
Talk to
Dr.
your friends, social media, whatever.
FaceTime.
Dr. Ann, we'll get to Annette right after you, but in closing, right, because I know you're busy from the epidemiologist standpoint, what's your closing statement of the people of Guam as we head into another week of lockdown?
Well, everybody should just bear with us. We're also trying. I'm supposed to get my vehicle inspected so I can register it. I can't do that. I can't buy potting soda. Yes, we know. You'll all survive this. As long as you have food, you're taking care of your sick relatives, your plumbing works, take care of business at home, and just wait this out until we can get a handle on it and hope it simmers down again. That's what we're hoping. And if not, they'll probably have to do other kinds of drastic measures and call out the Guam National Guard, have a tent hospital. We don't want to see any of that. Homeland Security taking over, and, it's possible. Army tents like the 1918 influenza pandemic. We don't want to see that. We'd rather see people just taking responsibility and doing the right thing for our community.
Thank you, Dr. Ann. Annette, before we get to your closing comments, is there any word at all about any community testing? I'm sorry, the comments are blowing up about community testing, and I know we've kind of tabled that to focus on this raging wildfire that we have going on now, but I think it's a valid question, and people are wondering, because we've done it all the way up to this point. Is there any effort in the works, or are we just not even talking about that yet?
Yes, currently mass testing or casual testing for anyone who just wants to get it is currently postponed. We are focusing still on the targeted testing of our identified contacts, as well as those who are from quarantine, recent, arriving travelers, those who are symptomatic. So right now we ask the people for their patience so that we can do targeted testing, so that we can focus on those who, if you've been identified as being possibly exposed, we want to make sure you're tested within those 5 to 7 days from exposure, because that's when we most likely will see any symptoms starting, or, your body responding to that exposure. And, that's something that, again, targeted testing is our priority right now, and that will help guide us in the next couple of weeks, whether do we need to go back to doing community testing. We have very limited resources. You heard DLS is currently out. This is the second time that they're waiting for their stock to be replenished, and that's also coming from Hawaii and the mainland. It's not just Guam that they're out. It's a bigger problem than just Guam. less being out. And so again, we want to focus on the testing so that we don't have that delay that we encountered back in August 15. We did a mass testing August 15. It was the first time that we opened up to other private partners to help us on the same day. Right. And we were overwhelmed. We had an overwhelming turnout. I mean, it was great, people wanting to get tested, but then the backlash came because, now we're backlogged and doing the testing, it's taking too long. And so we don't want to repeat that. Moving forward, we learned from that. We adjusted accordingly. And so we are doing targeted testing for the high-risk groups, our frontliners and contacts, those who are symptomatic and those who travel from a place that is non-risk.
Dr. Anna, if you're still there, just really quick, because I saw this article yesterday about people, and I'm pretty sure you saw it too, people who have had COVID, and now there's a case, I think in Hong Kong, where a guy has tested positive for it 4 months after his first test. Do you know anything about this? Because people were asking if we've had COVID, can we catch it again? And I know this question came up way at the beginning of the pandemic, and the science was just all over the place. Has anything changed with that, Dr. Ann?
Well, that particular article was published, and I believe it was published prior to, elaborate peer review. So this is like public health by media. So yeah, there might be a case of somebody who got reinfected, but I don't know what the details are because it could be that the person, I believe he was asymptomatic, but he still maybe had dead virus inside of him. And it's entirely possible. In the planet, we have 24 million cases, and we found one guy who was reinfected. That's very possible. And it could, and we've also had some odd cases where people have no symptoms and they keep testing positive. So it's something we really don't know about this virus. And the scientists are trying to figure out, what does it mean for the future? And it's very likely, there's a good article in Science if you want to read about that particular issue. Okay. And they talk about how this it's not clear exactly what's going on with that. And, that's a good question for Dr. Manglona because we just don't know. But most of the scientists in that Science article were saying, but you probably, if you get a second infection, it's not going to be as bad as the first because there is evidence that people can get immunity to at least some. Right. And we just don't know a lot about that. And we're trying to, in our proposals over the next year, to do actually more of this serology testing in our community so that we can find out who has antibodies to the virus. Mm-hmm. And we're planning that in conjunction with the University of Guam. Wow. Public Health is partnering with them. And there's going to be other tests available, we hope, soon. Saliva testing they're working on that at the lab. Antigen testing. So there's a number of other things that are coming into play in addition to just this PCR test that determines whether you have the virus right now, the molecular test for the presence of the virus. So there's other testing that's being planned. And please, if you're elderly or sick or have a chronic condition, get seen if you need to. We will test you. We're also, as Nanette said, the contacts, the people who are symptomatic, people in the hospital, quarantine, we're doing all that. We're just asking the public to be patient until we can get the mass testing up and running.
Thank you, Doc.
Has there been any, have you guys looked at the study that the CDC did with the military, with the serology testing study that was done with the TR sailors?
Yeah, I saw the article, but I don't know the details. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did find I believe, I can't remember. I'm not going to quote something I can't remember right now.
Okay. Annette? No, she's gone. Okay. That's Dr. Ann, thank you. And I guess the takeaway is, instead of worrying about things we don't know about COVID-19, there's plenty we do know, and that's already scary enough. So I got you.
I did want to follow up, though, since Chris is allowing me to ask a question.
Oh, wow.
Dr. Hoa, I asked him about the consolidated isolation facility, and he said that would be a public health question.
That's more of a question for Annette. I don't know the details about what's going on with quarantine and isolation.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Ann.
Thanks.
Okay. Be safe. Wash your hands. 8:30. We'll take a really quick break, and we're coming back with the FSM consulate next, right here on The Link. It's The Breeze 93.9.
Nobody likes. You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
When the world feels stuck at home, there are people who would love nothing more than to have a home. Disasters don't stop during a pandemic. Together, we continue to give help and hope to those in need. Help now at redcross.org.
A mask should not be a sign of weakness. A mask should not be a political statement. A mask should not be another way to divide us. A mask is a protective device, a barrier to protect you and those around you from a virus. A mask is just a mask. A mask saves.
Hello, my name is Onania Snively, and I'm here to explain the importance of wearing a mask. Mask in Turkish, polypollen awat arepotuj. Mask asisilan kitchingau. Mask asap asisilan and notes mail up for us. Mask asap ew alan I move fasanigit. Mask ew pisekin appet. Mask ew titin appet ngonuk. Me John arum seni someone. Mask ew jak mask. Mask appetin manaw. Hello, my name is Onadia Snively, and I'm here to explain how important the mask is in Pohnpei. So, mask, eu kapoy magichagan perela ewa child o chuma child ka omni mask. So, mask, kaiten eu kaiden asocha kasaleta kilelen luwat. Mask, kaiden eu mask and sangachan kaamko.
Me pick up me keyboard, put it in me car. Me never realize me have it. Driver for me run out of gas, me not a star. Me run out of gas, me not a star. Watch it. So me push me car to a gas station, fill it up, turn up me radio. Guess what to play up on my stereo.
The Link.
Guess what to play up on my stereo.
On the Breeze.
Reggae music, some reggae music. Reggae music,
Four-piece band. 8:35. It's Friday. Friday Madness. Good morning, Guam. So the takeaways: no community mass testing is planned right now. They're just testing people with symptoms and contacts of COVID-19 positives. Thank you to Annette and to Dr. Ann for jumping on the show. They got a lot going on, so we definitely appreciate the time. And also thank you to the director, the acting director, Art St. Augustine, for continuing what we got with Linda Pinko DeNorsi, which was access to these officials who are on the front line of this COVID-19 war. At 8:35, we're getting a lot of comments. I'm trying to reach out to Jess Garcia of DPW about the flooding, Bree. Someone had, I think it was Ron LaGuardia, had put something like, yeah, okay, COVID, but what about the flooding? Annette, we're good. Thank you. We're okay. Appreciate it. Yeah, Annette, I know we didn't get to say bye. Okay, no, it's fine. Thank you. You're sweet. Sweet lady. Hey, be safe, Annette, okay? Okay, Esther, sorry.
Just to say bye.
I'm not, I know you guys are like, what's going on? But Annette, we lost Annette during the Zoom with Dr. Ann, and she just messaged me like, hey, I can't get logged back in, and then she logged back in. But yeah, so thank you, Annette.
You
Okay,
know
we'll
what?
see you.
That means she's a soldier, she's
Yeah.
hardworking, and
Yep.
she's cordial.
Yeah, and
Yes.
professional.
That's a
So.
triple
Professional.
threat right
Yeah,
there,
that's
bro.
cool. That's cool. 8:36. So yeah, we're getting a lot of comments on the flooding. Do we have that map?
We do.
We're gonna pop this up here. Check this out because we got friends at the Weather Service. We actually have this map of the last 24 hours of rainfall.
This is from Landon, right?
This is from Landon Idlett of the National Weather Service. So that's up on our feed. These are inches, right?
Yeah. So take me through.
Let's go down south, shall we? God, I feel like I should go put my weather girl outfit on.
Weather girl?
Or I'm a weatherman.
Okay, and I do believe because
6 inches. Where did we get 6 inches at?
That's around like Umatic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's around like.
What
I
about
get
the 9 inches?
Was there a 9 inches? Do I hear 9 inches?
Yes, there's 9 inches towards the bottom, Jason. It's a.
Oh yeah,
there.
that's
there.
yep. That's Umatic right there. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, it's been a minute with the Guam map.
I know, it doesn't have the villages on it, so.
Right. So we're like ding, ding, ding. But that's Cocos Island.
Yep.
Right. 9.43 inches in
That's a lot.
Molesso.
And I
Oh
think
God,
that's
girl.
The 9.4, that's Molesso or that's.
That's like Umatic. Yeah, Molesso. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We are failing at
It's
Guam geography
Umatic-ish.
this morning.
Yeah. And then we have
Should've
6
just called
inches.
Landon.
So basically, yeah, find your village and there's your inches.
Yeah. That's how much it rained, okay?
Okay, so
Let's go up north, Jay. Let's for our northerners, man. Don't leave the northerners out.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Not as many inches as the south.
Let's go to.
There's a shortage of inches in the north, okay? All the inches are in the south.
Okay, so right up there, right around near Anderson Air Force Base, right near the front gate, it says
Yep.
maybe about
Anderson
1
Air Force Base front gate only 1.7 inches. Umatic is 9 inches.
But around near Marble Cave, like back road to Anderson and everything, about 3.2.
Over 3.2 inches in Marble Cave.
To Mooney, to Tuha, roughly 2.3.
Right on. So thank you guys. Yeah, check that out. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, I'm gonna go put this. This is gonna
Sorry,
be
I don't know if we're
I'll put
just
it in the comments.
fangirling over this a little much, but I was like, that is pretty cool. And it's not even, it's raining right now. We're going to get more rain. So we're trying to get Jess Garcia from the Department of Public Works on.
Let me just clarify something too, because I just got this from Crystal. We have the COVID census this morning. It is 33. This is from the Guam Memorial Hospital. 33 hospitalized. In Care 2, there are 4. Care 4, there are 19. Care 5, there are 4 people. 1 is in ICU. In the emergency room, there are 6 COVID patients. And I know when I had mentioned 38 hospitalized at the Guam Memorial Hospital, the Crystal was saying that is actually the census between all the hospitals. So it's not just Guam Memorial Hospital. But I will say, though, in the situation report, it doesn't say all the hospitals.
Right,
it just
right,
says
yeah.
hospital.
Right.
So-
Yeah. No, I think you kind of know what you're doing,
Yeah.
Sabrina.
No,
so,
I know
yeah.
what I'm doing, but I'm just saying, if it's being clarified, I want to make sure that what we're putting out there
Of course.
is accurate. But then again, the situation report should probably be changed too.
It's 8:40. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Johnny Silbanuz of the FSM Consulate. Johnny, did I say your last name right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good morning.
Hi, Chris.
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Good morning.
I'm fine, thank you.
Good
Happy
to
Friday.
see you.
Yeah, it is good to see you. We haven't
Yeah.
seen you since containing COVID.
Off the face.
Oh, I know there's a whole lot of handsome under that mask, Johnny.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we wanted to get you on because, from going back to the funeral, and we just heard a lot about, there was like a FSM funeral, that there was some spread, and then we had talked with Cass from the FSM Association of Guam, and he had put out a message. And so I've been trying to get Teresa from the consulate office, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we got you on here, and maybe we just do a little catch up here.
Okay.
What is the FSM consulate's role in this COVID-19 response?
Thank you, Chris. I think that's a very good question. Generally speaking, in regards with our assistance, mainly with the message directly to our FSM community, is clear, and of course, it's in line with what the Department of Public Health and Social Services is doing with the guidelines, and of course with governor's executive order, the recent executive order. So we, the FSM Association, along with some of the members, including our Micronesian Resource Center representatives, we continually try to put the message out in our social media. Like I shared before, we have our FSM Association Facebook page, and that, of course, our main communication for now. And so whether you're living on Guam or staying abroad, you can, of course, reach out to us via the messenger, our messenger account, and then we'll do our best to respond. And then, all the information that is needed there are also provided. Just this past weekend, we also had our virtual meeting where we tried to also explain in our respective, the 4 states languages on what are the new guidelines and the executive order is. So that's pretty much, what we try to engage and, getting the message out to our FSM community.
What kind of questions are they asking you guys, Johnny, when you present this information?
Well, in regards to the COVID.
The COVID, yeah.
Well, I think the question that I often ask is, if our office is open, in regards to what the situation is, and of course, where they can go and get tested. And I think our colleagues at the Department of Public Health Services kind of touch on the postpone of the test right now, the public test,
right,
in the community. Yeah, so that's pretty much what our citizens mainly, in terms of the COVID, what's really happening.
Johnny, have you heard anything about what happened with the individual who passed away at the quarantine facility? Because all we heard was that this person had passed away in the quarantine facility and he had pre-existing medical conditions, and that was pretty much it. Do you know what I'm talking about? I think he was in his 40s, I think.
Yeah, it's indeed an unfortunate situation, and I think everyone, with the media, because for me, that's when I first learned about it, that, that individual was passed away, with with those that illness, but it's not related to COVID. We try to reach out to our FSM community members, mainly from Chuk, and if I'm not mistaken, um, they responded to see if we can assist in anything that the family needed.
All right. And what about? Are you aware of the students? Are they still up there at the University of Guam? I know there was some students that were stuck there early on during and I think Chris, you went there actually during the first wave.
I really wanted to say that they remained at the
dorms?
At the dorms.
Yeah.
Those that they can accommodate, but those that were not in the listed, when it came to their dormitory deadline, I believe that was August 15. We 10 of them, but we were able to assist them, put them in the hotels, awaiting if they can go back to their dorms when the rooms are available.
So what do you mean? What happened?
I believe they don't have enough rooms for now to cater to those students that are returning and the ones that were still remaining on campus during the break or during the summer, because they were not able to leave.
Right.
Is it because there's no entry into, I guess, where they're originally from?
You mean? No.
They just aren't able to go home?
Yes, because there's still no flight to go home. These students, they were still remain here,
Right.
and there's a deadline that they have to vacate their dormitories. So that was the situation. So given the time now, we're not too sure if they'll be able to go between now until the flights open up again.
Okay.
Johnny, I just wanted to offer our condolences, as we know that our friend Eddie Wengyu from the Manetlu, right? Tragic passing, so untimely. And I was just thinking, he has touched so many people's lives in the not just the FSM communities, but the Chamorro communities as well. And I was just realizing, when is his funeral going to be? And is it going to be under these conditions where you can't have anybody go to it?
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. It's the timing too, but I believe I believe the family is trying to arrange. What I understand now from Facebook is that they're trying to put together some fundings for funeral costs. And
Johnny, send us that link on my WhatsApp. Send the link over to me, and we'll put that on blast. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll definitely do that.
Yeah, appreciate that. And so is it? I mean, obviously, so difficult to just lose someone who was just so connected and doing such great work with the youth, so many at-risk youth. What's it like now that he's no longer there?
Eddie was that kind of person. So yeah, our community totally, gonna miss, with these contributions to the work that we do.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thanks, Johnny.
So we're putting stuff out on the Facebook page. If you want to shoot me that too, we can share that on ours. And so that's where you guys, anybody out here in the FSM communities who have connections with the consulate or any of the islands, any of the states, you can check out the Facebook page where you guys translate stuff into the different languages so that nothing is lost in communication. Thank you again, Johnny, for coming on, and keep me posted. All right.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chris, for having me and Sabrina. Jason, have a good Friday.
You too.
Take care.
Stay safe.
Okay, stay safe.
Stay home.
Stay home. Thank you, Johnny. All right, let's just keep it going in our KWM News Zoom room, where we're going all the way. I bet you guys didn't know you were going to go to Las Vegas this morning. Go ahead, Bree.
Yeah, we're going to Las Vegas, and we're going to check in with a dear friend. She actually moved to Vegas, years ago. But she's in Vegas, and she was actually part of standing up the first isolation facility right in the nation. It's Katrina Stover. Some of you may know her. She is a former resident of Guam. Good morning. I guess good afternoon.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
We're doing all right. How are you?
Doing good. It's just kind of hard to hear everybody with their masks, but I'm familiar with that situation at work when the facility went up. So
let's just start so people know your background, and just tell us your story from the beginning and how you came to work for the isolation facility.
Okay, so of course everybody knows I worked for MAC Cosmetics for quite some time. So when we shut down, prior to that, I also volunteered for FEMA. It is not established in Guam, and I don't believe it is. It is the CERT program, which is for community emergency responders. And I had a break in time for about a year and a half. I took off from work and decided to pursue my career as an EMT and then work towards the Las Vegas Metro Police Department. So being part of FEMA, I got an email about, with the COVID situation going on and a isolation facility opening up. So first it started out to be a volunteer opportunity. Then it became a job for me to pursue for a couple of months. So with the facility, what it was, it's the first in the nation that was a trial and error for us. We learned a lot. Some people walked away, some people were scared. I was scared. It's a fire we did not know how to put out. It is something we walked into blind and not knowing, what is this going to do? How am I going to catch it? I called my family at home and asked advice, like, what do you think I should do? And, the way I am and it was what I'm skilled at, it was like, these people need my help. I'm going to go help. It was like, I ran right into it. And there's this facility is one of the top notch, I can say. And I wish it stayed open, but it was only allowed to stay open for about 3 months. And that was a contract with FEMA and under the CARES Act. So with it opening up, we were able to quarantine people. It's like a triage. You go from green, yellow to red. So green would be people who were exposed, are in quarantine, separated from people who are symptomatic and people who are confirmed. So we placed people in these tents to their accurate symptoms. Even some patients didn't show symptoms at all. I can probably even say one was blind, and that does not count as an underlying condition. And she was just having a sneeze. So there's so many different things. Everybody's body reacts differently to the virus. And I always tell everybody when I started my job with this was, okay, I'm going to take my vitamins. I'm going to do this. I'm going to eat right. I'm going to, follow the proper procedures with the proper PPE. So when I saw the numbers at home rising, I was so concerned about my family. One of my family members caught COVID. She's healthy. She, does everything. And then it's always the ones you least expect that catch it. Mm-hmm. And that's how I got involved with it here. So from my experience with it, from the knowledge, everything from tent to tent, the National Guard did step in and help us as well with the city of Las Vegas, Catholic Social Services. It was more for the homeless, and it was to help these people have a safe place to stay. But in Guam's situation and what I'm seeing, I'm not, I'm trying to get as much information as I can, as I'm seeing different people's opinions about testing. Testing is important, and the reason why I'm going to say that is because us as health workers, ourselves, we could contaminate other people, even if we're healthy, even if we're not showing any symptoms and any of that. So weekly testing maybe once a week, twice a week, because you don't know. And that's how these things spread. And I hear people talking about what's happening in Guam about socializing. Yes, it's in our culture to go around, hang out. But right now, my main concern is if the roles were reversed, what would our elders, like our Manamko, want to do? They would do everything in their power to protect us. Yeah. So us as a younger generation and between 18 and 45, listen, lock up, stay at home order. There's things to do.
Oops, she muted herself.
You accidentally muted yourself, Katrina.
Wait,
okay.
Can you hear me now? Sorry,
Yeah.
My computer goes in and out. But there is so many ways, like right now back home, you guys are seeing the beginning phases of what Vegas went through when we shut down. So, I don't want everybody to know that, don't fear it. Take care of yourself first before you can take care of everybody else. Take care of those in your household. It starts with cleanliness. It starts with all of that. I heard somebody say about send one person to the store. That's actually really true. When you get home, take your shoes off, sanitize your shoes, spray it with alcohol, 70% and up to 99%. Throw your clothes in the washer. It's a lot of that stuff that helps you prevent from spreading, and air out your home from time to time because from my experience, closed ventilation places can spread, even in hospitals. Someone can go in who has a flu and is not COVID positive. They end up catching COVID because they're by a patient who is COVID maybe a few beds away. So there's different ways that we had to work through all of this in Nevada. And by working at the facility, what I've learned is Guam gonna go ahead and have an isolation ward where the nurses and doctors don't cross-contaminate floors, where they're strictly staying in those units and exiting and entering those units properly and then disposing of the proper PPE the right way. And, seeing all of this happen back home, it hurts my heart so much. Kind of get emotional talking about it because of what I've seen here.
Mm-hmm.
I want to come home and help. There's things that I know that I can do to come home and help everybody. And I wish FEMA would step up to the plate. I know people don't want the tents to go up, but these tents can help. If you can't use a tent, there's the high schools. Like, for instance, I went to George Washington High. Spread up the wings into different things. Green can be an A wing. Confirmed cases can be at the gym. Symptomatic can be down in D wing. Things like that. And then have the proper people that are educated in nursing, have their medical assistants stuff, CNAs, LPNs, EMTs like myself, come out and let's, tackle that. Guam has the strength and the power. We've been through so many things, earthquakes. Guam has experienced hurricanes and storms, and we made it all through it. We have Santa Maria Cumberland, who was there to protect us. And this may sound, iffy to some people, but sometimes we forget to pray at situations and times like this. But this is the time now for that, because for me, what I did every day prior to walking down to go to those tents to help these people, because not knowing whether I was going to catch it that night or that day, I asked God to protect me and shield me as I go down here to do my job and serve my city and protect these people and help these people get better. And, I've heard about people getting, of course you can catch COVID again. We've had people constant tests and their tests come back positive, and we have to quarantine. It gets frustrating and people get exhausted. And then we have people that leave against medical advice. You can't hold people against their will. But at the same time, if we just back home, just, do it the right way. Mm-hmm. So, you can sit outside your house, just don't walk across to your neighbors, barbecues and all the things can wait, all of that. It's important. It's that right now the curve, we need to bring that down, and we need to get the sick healed. You need to, each person needs to be, their symptoms need to be separated, knowing exactly what to treat it with. You can't just treat them with the same respiratory medication. Everybody's different. Every single patient.
Have you talked to your family? Obviously you have. I mean, how are they? Are they scared? Because I know
no, they're not scared. I send them a bunch of N95 masks. I send them things that they're gonna need. I've told my family what to wear when you go out. how to sanitize, how to do this, how to do that. My cousin caught COVID, and she made it through. And I truly believe that there, here in Vegas, Guam. Okay, so right now the numbers here, we are close to almost 68,000 confirmed, and our death toll is almost to 1,300. So that's like, Guam is maybe what, 175, 200,000 people there. That's like half. And our island, the fact that we don't, people don't have to drive in, everybody comes in through planes, boat, military, all of that.
You muted yourself.
Muted again.
Yeah.
The computer shuts off time to time. But it can be contained, it can be controlled, but we just need everybody to comply. And it's people get cabin fever. People don't want to be stuck in their homes forever. Like, that's why I stepped up to the plate and was like, I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go work, I'm gonna go help. Because being home, you're just sitting there like, I'm going nuts. Like, find a book to read, find something to do. There's a lot of things to do at home. We say we don't, and then when we go back to work, you come home and you're like, oh, I didn't do this or didn't do that. But in Vegas right now, we are suffering severely because we have people doing the same thing, gatherings, pools, and all of this stuff. It's all of that. We had bars shut down, and I'm not gonna lie, we went out to go eat, and restaurants are following the procedures and all of that stuff. But we ourselves got to do the same as well. Follow all of that. It's very important. My family, I've told them, don't live in fear of this. This is not something you need to fear. It's something we can get through, and we will get there. They talk about vaccines. They talk about, all of this. Is it going to disappear after, there's so many different aspects of the what ifs or this or conspiracy that. No. COVID's real. It's there. It's happening right in front of our faces. So, the way to do it is to treat it the right way. And sometimes it's even the natural way through vitamins and, treat it like the common cold and the flu with a Z-Pack and, some other stuff. There's things to do it. Like, some stuff I can't say yet, but it could be done.
Right.
Lives have been saved.
Well, Katrina, I really appreciate you reaching out and calling. We talked a little bit last night, so I really appreciate that. And just hearing you and your concern, it really is.
It hits home.
Yeah.
And
you guys have any questions or want to ask anything about over here?
Well, I know my family's over there in Vegas. So I'm worried about them, and they're worried.
Right now the city is like currently like, the strip is like, of course, shut down. The shows are shut down. We are all experiencing the same thing, but in reality of it, there will be a solution at the end of this road. I pray for everybody's safety, that everybody just take care of yourselves, outside open air, when you get out of the building, you can take your mask off. There's no such thing as you have to wear your mask in your car and all that other stuff. Your immune system is your priority, and stay healthy as much as possible.
Right on, Katrina. Where does Warm 7-Up and Vicks play into the mix?
That's something that they always say. Like, I was even making a joke earlier to my girlfriend. I said, what are we going to do? The solution to this is Vicks and some 7-Up.
Warm. It has to be warm, though.
But, it's funny when we think about a lot of different things. It's like, what are our remedies for this? But strictly the truth of, it is that we still don't know a lot of different things. Like I said, I feel like it's mutated. It's changed. It's not the same. I see it in different patients because as in charge of intake, I even have it right here. I even put some notes down that I had to do different things besides my job. When we had medical emergencies and tents, I had to run in and help patients, and things like that. So it's, I lost my train of thought for a second, but Guam, you just has to find a plan and follow through with that. And, Lou should reach out to the proper people. I don't know if they reached out to the military and what the military said, but, worst comes to worst, if you can't do the tents, like I said, the schools were places where we put people in during hurricanes. You can set up a facility there. You can do that and quarantine there, because recycled air in hotels and air and all of that, things spread to ventilation is another thing with COVID. And this is through my experience. I'm not a scientist, I'm not a doctor. This is through 100% experience of what I've seen, what I've worked in, and what I've seen works and happens and all of that.
No, that's crazy you mentioned that, because I was just texting with someone last night and they were saying, have you guys asked about GMH and the ventilation system there and how outdated it is?
It travels floor to floor. So that's why, that was my concern, is there a ward set up there? Because here in Vegas, if you were stationed in red, there is a way to exit and enter, because your PPE was a different, type of PPE. But when I needed to go in there, I had less than 5 minutes to put on that gear to get in there to help these patients. And then we had monitors in the tents with radios that were communicating us to the admin, hey, we need medical. Hey, we have, this going on. We need y'all to come and run. So we're running across these places and deconning ourselves. So what I mean by deconning is having people come in and sanitize the place, because you have to do that. It has to be done. We've done it probably 8 times a day, each shift from morning, swing and grave. I worked grave, which, was tough, but, that's when a lot of stuff happens. And, it's patients get cranky, people back home right now, like I said, don't be afraid. All of you, don't be afraid of this. It's gonna get done. There will be a solution. Everyone talks about the vaccines and all of this stuff, and vitamins. Take your elderberry. Take your zinc. Take your vitamin C. If you can't take your vitamin C through the pills, take it through the oranges and orange juice. All of that. We are a very resourceful island. There's so many different things that we can do. If you don't have a mask, use a scarf, use a bandana, cut up a shirt. There's so many different things. And
thank you.
Being from where I'm from, I worked with other islanders from Hawaii, Samoa, and I forgot where the other girl was from, but we took our job to heart, because these are people. These are people's families. Sometimes you're the last person these people see. And that's the heartbreaking part, is that these people can't have their families come and see them. They're quarantined and they're COVID positive. And then how you guys talked about antibodies and people are testing for the wrong things. The way you get antibodies is if you were COVID positive. I muted again. So again, antibodies, the way you get that is if you had COVID, ran through all of it, and lived through it, and then tested negative, go get your antibodies test. Your plasma becomes an asset to help those who are sick. And that's the important part about that, is that those who have COVID and that have overcome it, your plasma is important for those that are sick. Our elderly, our manumko, they need the protection now. They need that. For what they've done for us, we need to do the same for them. And that is our job as a younger generation, to step up to the plate and listen. Because when I was little, I would get spanked if I didn't, listen. The street lights turn on. It's time to go home.
Right.
Some generations now, I'm so shocked about how people react out here. And I'm like, man, if this was at home, I'll be spanked with a Tang stick or, all of that kind of stuff. But, it's very fortunate to be raised in such a grateful place that has given me the knowledge and given me the strength and given me the heart that I have to be able to walk into this and come out. I didn't even catch it. I've been tested so many times, and by the grace of God, I think it's because I went into it and went to help.
Yeah,
I contacted Sabrina about all of this, and I was concerned. I'm like, hey, how are you guys doing? How's everybody? I'm seeing a resurgence in numbers, and that's my fear, is that I don't want to see these numbers climb. I want to see them go away.
I'm just
and
reading.
You guys can do it. Guam can. Guam will overcome it. It will happen. It's just we need to get people to send PPE to the nurses, the hospitals. I know you guys are running out of beds. The next solution is going to be exactly what I'm saying. You might have to set up tents with AC units and ducts outside, or set up a facility. And that's going to be the best bet to curve this number real quick. And 14 days quarantine, they say, you will see symptoms within the first 3 to 4 days. On your 9th day is your peaked, most likely you're going to see the symptoms. The devil is going to provoke its head at that time. And then, your 14-day, if you start getting hungry, that's a good sign of appetite, Loss of appetite's a bad thing. So there's so many aspects of this that we can get into so much more with this because of, us being the first of its nation, in our nation to have a facility like this. Lucky to be part of it and proud that it is going, like if resurgence numbers continue in other states, that we may be able to fly and help. And that's what I want to do is like, hey, FEMA, come on, step up, help out. Guam's a small population of this many people, and this is how many infected. This is how many it could make sick. It's not like Nevada and the other states where you have a big amount of room and air and all this stuff to be able to spread apart. Some families have 6 members in one home. If a person gets sick, where are you going to quarantine that person? You can't just lock him in a room in the house. There's so many different things.
Katrina, I feel like this was something that they discussed way back when we had FEMA, and they were like, "Oh, we're going to get some doctors to come to Guam," and then our numbers just petered out, and I feel like everyone's like, "All right, no more COVID," and now here we are.
We need people, we need space, we
right
need
now,
beds.
next month, with flu season coming up, we better prepare. Be prepared because it's, it's going to confuse everybody. Is it a flu? Is it COVID? Because even a fever, it can't justify COVID. Everybody's different. I promise you that much. Everybody's different. And your bodies are going to fight differently. Sometimes it's based on our weight or pre-existing conditions. You have asthma, diabetes, if you have like 3 conditions, it all varies. But even the people that are the healthiest catch them, and they fight them real hard. Some make it through, some don't. But you know what? We got to continue to keep moving forward and not be afraid, and find that solution and find that niche. And like I said, treat it like you're treating the flu to the utmost best that you can.
Thank you, Katrina.
Practice breathing, breathe, take deep breaths, because, some of us are just breathing like really light as we sit here. Sit down and practice your lungs, breathe, exercise your lungs and all of that. It's so important because this, this virus is, we don't know when it's going to end. Or if it's going to end, and all of that.
You're right. Or if it's going to end. 2,200, I think, people at the ISOQ facility, right, that you were working at. And you keep mentioning, they have families, they are people, there are individuals. Is there any one person that you had helped while you were working at the ISOQ that their story that maybe that shook you?
One person in particular, because she had, a lot of the times, there, due to HIPAA thing, HIPAA laws or some things I can talk about, but there is one particular patient that stuck to me. She would only want to work with me. She felt she could confide in me, and that's the thing with that, is that she was confirmed positive. Her coronavirus symptoms were at its peak. She had many underlying conditions, which I wish I could speak about, but I can't. But I was amazed at how strong of a fighter she was, and I stuck with her through the whole thing until we closed down. And I always told her, I was like, look, you need to believe in yourself, and you need to look at this and tell yourself, I'm going to do this. I'm going to fight this. I'm going to win. Even if with her underlying condition, she's like, you know what, I'm just going to die. They keep telling me I'm going to die because I have this. It's like, no one cares about me. I'm just a number now. And I said, no, you're not just a number. You're a person. You're human. You bleed the same color I do. It's not about race. Coronavirus doesn't pick, doesn't care of your age, gender, race, none of that. And people nowadays think, oh, this is whatever. But for me and her, our connection was so strong. She was in the red tent. I went in there so many times to just check on them. And when I went in there, I made sure the patients were okay. We never got calls from that, because you have to have compassion for this and this kind of stuff, because these people need that, because it's frustrating. Because when they get sick, they are quarantined and they're frustrated. Mm-hmm. They want to go home. They want to see their families. They want to get back to living what they call a normal life. But what's the new norm? We don't know yet. Every day is different. Every day is a new risk. You go out, you take a risk. Grocery store, restaurant, gas station, anywhere.
So when you got your call then from your cousin, and your cousin told you that he or she had COVID, how did that? I mean, what did you say? I mean, were you scared for them? I mean, what did you tell them?
Right when I found out she was confirmed COVID, I was like, are you at a facility? Are you at a hospital? Where are they taking you? Because like I told her, I was like, I don't want you in a hospital. I said, like I want you at home, quarantine, open up your windows, isolate yourself at home. Do not put yourself on a ventilator. This is going to be me straight up talking about what I told her. Do not, and I repeat, do not. I told her, do not get on a ventilator if it gets that bad. Fight it on your own. In putting someone in induced coma and a ventilator, people can come after me and say different things. Your body can't fight. And that's something this is just from my opinion. I don't believe that anybody should be put under that. It depends on their condition. But if you can fight on your own. Let your body do it. And she did it. And I told her, what vitamins are you taking? I send her all the pictures of every vitamin I was taking while I was at work that I'm still taking now. And when I found out she had it, I was so concerned. And then everybody in her home tested negative, which is really good. Other family members, you can't see your family. Like, she has to FaceTime. And, my uncle and them are older. They are more at jeopardy too with this virus. And with her contracted, we continue to keep in contact. She's like, oh, my heart skipped a beat. Is that a symptom? Yes, her body fought differently. She was not getting the fever. She was not getting certain other symptoms. But she did have other symptoms that were related to COVID. So like I said, everybody was different. But my concern was like, I wanted to make sure she made it out and she made it through, and she did. And that's the blessing that I thank God for, is that it will and you can.
Thank you, Katrina.
And when I got that call, I was like, I want to come home. I said, I need to be there for my family. I need to be there for those who are sick, because of my experience. And that's why I was like, open up the windows. And she's like, why? I said, ventilation. You need to air out. You need that, when you sit in the same place, bacteria grows. Wash your sheets, that you're laying in. Change it twice a day. If you have a cot, like I know everybody in Guam should have a cot. So I would rather sleep on that outside than I would to be inside the house if I had COVID, and treat it with the proper medication. Take your thermicin, your Z-Pak, and, anti-inflammatory medications and things like that.
All right. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Cap. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you guys for having me. I mean,
Yes.
I know I probably spoke a little bit too much. I
No.
hope I didn't.
No, that's great. Yeah. Except you didn't say hydroxychloroquine.
What was that?
He said you didn't say hydroxychloroquine.
Oh, the hydrochloroquine. There's a sister medication for it. It's quinine sulfate.
So, wow.
It's funny. That's another topic.
I'm just
we can talk
playing.
about
I'm
this
playing,
all day.
girl. I'm playing.
But
You know
if
me.
you guys, if you're getting itchy throats, drink tonic water and stick a lemon in that. It
I
has
might have to
it
stick
has
more than a
quinine in
lemon
it,
in.
but it's not going to cure COVID.
Right. Thank you, Katrina. Thank you. Hey, keep in touch. Keep us
Yes,
posted.
Keep in touch.
Yes, keep in touch. I mean, if you guys have any other questions or anything, I mean, let me know. Like, I wish I was there right now with everybody while everyone's going through this.
Well, there you go,
know-
Gov. That was an interview right there.
Oh,
Crystal
okay.
Paco, San Augustine. She's here to help.
Alrighty.
Thank you. Thank you, Katrina.
Thank you guys. You
That's
guys
that.
take care and stay
Okay.
safe, and God bless.
Right
All right,
on.
you too.
And your Mac family says hi here in our comments. So
Okay, bye-bye.
we'll see you. Bye. Okay. 9:19. Let's go right to the KUAM News Zoom room where we got Jess Garcia, the Deputy Director of Public Works, and we got the video.
We do.
Jess, thanks for coming on short notice, but we were getting a lot of comments about flooding, and we talked to the mayors of DPW, and they weren't sure what the status of your operations are during pandemic condition of readiness 1, which is why we wanted to bring you on, as we saw plenty flooded.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I don't know if you saw our map, Jess, but the inches, we broke it down. Umatic had 9 inches.
And I think one of the
Yes,
videos that we saw, there
Yes,
was
Umanica was one of the worst places hit, and also Mauricio. But we have flooding throughout the island. Yesterday, afternoon, late afternoon, early evening.
Right.
My guys were out trying to clear up the areas that were clogged up with debris to get the flooding alleviated. But it was just a tremendous amount of rain. No matter what we did, something was bound to happen.
Was it harder, Jess, though, because we haven't been able to do the maintenance, or have we been doing the maintenance?
No, you know when the floods come from the mountains, right? It comes along a river. The river picks up all the debris, brings it down to a culvert. It gets clogged, and then we have to clean it out. It's all the debris from upstream that has no maintenance.
So are you guys on standby today to roll out on flood mitigation?
We're not on standby. We are out working as of yesterday evening. I secured them late last night. They started early this morning. We're patching roadways that have opened up potholes in Barragata, all over Tumon, all over the island. We have a lot of debris. So my guys are out concentrating on opening up all the roads that were washed out.
And these are guys that typically would have been off because of the P-Corps situation?
Yes, I only call in essential employees as needed. But with the rains yesterday afternoon, I activated our crews to come out.
How many people did you have to activate? Because it sounds like it was all over the place.
Right.
Activated about 25, and then today we got the full crew coming in. That came in this morning. They were already notified to come in early. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are difficult to do work at night.
Right.
You know, we don't see what we're actually doing. So we're doing the basic clearing of the drain to prevent the flooding from homes being flooded out.
Jess, are you worried about your guys at all, being out in the rain here and, getting sick?
Yes, we're worried about it, but we need to get these roads open, or emergency vehicles can get through and stuff like that. So these are the main roads that we're concentrating on yesterday afternoon to make sure that the roads are clear for emergency vehicles.
So
and then today is to concentrate with helping the village mayors and the people that can get access out of their residence.
Where's the priority for today?
They're doing the main routes right now, and then they're going to go into the villages to start clearing up the village streets.
Where was the hardest hit yesterday then?
Well, it was basically Umatic by the bridge, and then also in Marisa were the biggest ones that we had so far. And then we had flooding reported in the villages. And, so I sent teams out to go make an assessment. And, if there was nothing that we can do with equipment, then, we just had to let the water subside. But if we could have prevented anything that would flood, then we would send equipment out to that location.
Hi, this is John.
Jess, so we're playing these videos of the flooding in Umatic. There was one, I know you saw it. It was the house was like half underwater, and it looked like there was some water
right by the bridge.
Right.
Yes, that was right by the bridge. That house is, if you're looking at the bridge,
Really
from
not
the
too
ocean
bad
side, it's on the right
through
side.
Tuesday and Wednesday, but then that disturbance.
And that's a routine trouble spot right there, right?
Yes, and with the amount of rain, even during a typhoon, we don't get that much rain as what we received yesterday in a short period of time.
So was that house like all underwater inside? Do you know if there's any effort? Did they, do a rescue?
Well, they had to shut the power off, and then they evacuated until the water started to subside, and they started cleaning up yesterday evening. Wow. Taking out the mud and the silt. They got a lot of trash that they need to throw away, or a lot of stuff will ruin the furniture and stuff like that.
So it sounds like you guys got a busy day, Jess. What else are you working on today at DPW? Now that you don't have to worry about the busing.
Yeah, we're gonna concentrate on the roads right now, getting it open and clearing up some debris. Assist the mayors as much as we can. I'll be doing it throughout the weekend and until we get it pretty much cleaned up. Because even with this rain and floods, right, there's bound to be diseases floating in the area because of all the dirt
What kind of diseases?
All kinds. Like dengue fever and
Yeah,
stuff
because my
like that.
grandma told me to play in the mud, Jess. Now you're making me paranoid.
That was before. Now we have medicine.
No, okay.
How,
good.
how are you doing with your employees, Jess? Because, we keep seeing a lot of government of Guam agencies that are affected by COVID. How about your staff? Are they
So
being
far,
tested?
I have reported of 2 staff that contracted the virus, but it wasn't contracted during work hours.
Just through contact tracing.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I think we're. Anything else, Jess?
Just call me if you guys have questions or what.
I was just gonna ask, what are you guys doing for COVID? Are you guys helping with the QFAX or anything, or isolation
Yeah,
facilities?
we're
or-
still doing the QFAX and whatever we need to be done. We're here to support the mission.
Ooh, I like that. Mission support.
Thanks,
Yes, sir.
Jess.
Thank you for your service, Jess.
Okay, thank
Make sure you wear your galoshes.
Yes.
Do you have
thank you.
galoshes? What are you wearing? Let's see your shoes. He's wearing Zori.
Got boots on.
He's got the boots. Okay. All right, Jess. Be safe, man.
Bye, Jess.
Sorry, am I too much?
No, you're funny.
This only happens on live.
I'm just, I like Jess. He's a hustler, dude.
Yes, he
He
is.
is a hustler. 9:25. We're gonna keep it going because
Hardest working.
He's
Director.
hardest working.
Director, deputy director.
He's done
He's like
everything
multiple
for
directors.
I don't even know who
Super
the director
director.
is anymore. Who was the director at DPW? Whoever it is.
It's Vince. It's
Yeah,
Vince.
Vince is visible. He's invincible. Yeah, he's. I don't know
He's
where he's
directing.
at. Yeah. Well, but Jess is actually doing a lot of the work anyway. 9:26. Thank you, Jess. All right, we're good. That's that. Okay. Let's go over to our KWAM News Zoom room. Keep it here, and we'll break bread with Dr. Michael of the Physicians Advisory Group. Good morning, Doc, and thanks for joining us in between clinic. Really appreciate it.
Hey, morning. Glad to be
Good
here. Thanks.
Looking good. Loving the hair.
Thanks.
I guess just first of all, does it feel good to be back at work?
Oh yeah, it's really nice to be back. Being in quarantine and not being able to go to work was just kind of a bummer.
Right.
And now that everybody's on lockdown, everybody else knows how we're feeling all of that. So.
Dr. Wen had said something about you guys were doing some kind of testing, a COVID-19 testing. I know he name dropped your clinic. Can you tell us anything about that?
Oh, I think you might be mentioning. He might have been talking about the Abbott ID Now machines.
Right.
So there was a bunch that we got through the CDC. I think about 10 was the first batch, and they sent it out to the clinics that were already doing the swabbing. And now there's, I think, a few more still left that we can get out. So we got one for GMH to kind of help test some of the patients that come in, since we're doing everybody in the ER. Now we're trying to expand it to, include like pregnant moms and such. And the benefit of this Abbott ID Now, I'm sure a lot of your listeners are already aware of it, is that it's similar to a PCR. It's a molecular test, will amplify the viral particles. And so it's very sensitive. And the benefit is that we can get results back within about 15, 20 minutes. The downside is we can only run one at a time. And so it's great if we have a symptomatic person that we need to know the answers right there to find out. Not so great if we have 6, 7 people want to get tested all at the same time, because then it's it takes a while for it to run.
But this is just for we're right now. Public health is just only wants symptomatic people to get tested, right? And it's only for target testing.
Yes. Yeah. From the community testing from what was it now last week?
Yeah.
Oh, man, time
2
flies so
weeks.
fast. We were so backed up with testing, and now I think DLS might be running out of, or they're waiting on a shipment of reagents. So we're hoping that the Abbott ID Now can kind of help offset some of that load. Clearly, we can't do the same amount of volume. And then we're really trying to prioritize, or public health wants us to prioritize, symptomatic and direct contacts. I know that a lot of people are getting asked to get tested from like their work for possible exposures, and we're still doing that, but those results just might not be prioritized when they get to the testing labs.
Dr. M, what do you make of the numbers specifically for the young adults, but even more so the children? Because we're
Right.
still seeing a lot of kids testing positive for COVID-19.
Yeah, it's I think it just reflects on how widespread this virus really is in our community, right? Where through empiric research that it's been going on since the pandemic started, we're seeing that young kids are generally not the first ones to catch it in the household, which means it's coming through the adults, which makes sense. People are locked down and parents are the ones going out to get groceries, etc. They're probably going to be the ones getting exposed and bringing it in. And now that we're seeing how widespread it is, it's just kind of filtering down, and now we're seeing more cases with children. Thankfully, and I think I've mentioned this before, 95% of kids will do pretty well with COVID. With documented cases, we're seeing that worldwide about 5% will need oxygen or hospitalization, but 95% will have no symptoms or mild to moderate symptoms. So thankfully, that's the one bright spot in all of this.
Right.
There is one condition though to kind of keep an eye out on, and we're going to start. I'm working with public health, my wife and I, to start a surveillance program for this condition called MIS-C, so multi-system inflammatory syndrome for children, and it's a relatively rare condition that hopefully, it'd be great if we never saw it in Guam, but it's something we have to kind of pay attention to. And it hits not right when they get COVID, but a few weeks afterwards. And so in the UK, when they first saw this, they saw it in April, which was a couple weeks after they had their first wave. And so our second wave now has been about a couple weeks now. So in the next 2, 3, 4 weeks, we're going to be spreading the word to pediatricians and family medicine doctors to really keep an eye on this.
Doc, as a parent, you said 95% of kids will just breeze right through this, but I focus on the 5%. What types of conditions that we look out for kids having that causes them to struggle with the COVID?
So any underlying illness, I think we talked about this in one of the interviews, I think when I was actually had COVID, right? So obesity is coming to be a big factor. I think there was recently an article, in a few news outlets that showed that obesity in men specifically, really increased the risk of a more severe case and increased risk of death. So, you just got to extrapolate the data, right? So, obesity in kids, any underlying conditions, any chronic kidney disease, any chronic conditions are going to be kids that are a little bit more vulnerable, just like they would be in the adult population. So
Asthma?
we really need to do a good job of keeping them safe.
Yeah.
Have you seen any kids with COVID? Have you treated any at your clinic? And if so, how severe?
Oh, yeah. Actually, yes. And, it's amazing how well they look. I remember the very first child I saw with COVID was actually in the ER at GMH. And, they called me down, and the parents were positive. So they thought the kid was positive. And the child was probably, just over 3. And all they said was, he didn't really have a fever. I think he coughed once or twice last night, threw up once, and he looked fine otherwise. And he tested positive. And this child looked fantastic. He was running around. I was all in isolation, trying to chase after him to examine him. And he looked great. And then they followed up with me 2 weeks later at my clinic. And I asked if any other symptoms happened or anything. And they said, no, that was it. And so that they can look that well. And that's probably a big reason why the child numbers worldwide have been pretty low, just because when they look that well and we're short on tests, or a particular state short on tests, they're not going to prioritize such a well-looking patient. And so the numbers for kids are likely higher, but we also know that they tend to do better even if they have documented COVID.
Is it hard to see those cases, Doc, where it just goes south because the kids have these pre-existing conditions?
I haven't seen any PEDS cases at GMH that So I think we might have had a couple kids test positive, but as far as I know, we haven't had a kid in the ICU. But I'll be honest, I'm on call tonight at the Florida Hospital, but I haven't been on call in a couple weeks, and so I don't.
I'm sure you would have heard
keep
something
up
though.
with everybody.
Right? Yeah.
You said
I feel like we would have heard something through the pediatrician chat group, but no, haven't. So kids have been thankfully, for the most part, spared from this on Guam so far, anyway.
You said, did you say mix or the illness that we should be looking out for? Was it mix?
Oh,
multi-syndrome?
MIS, multi-system inflammatory syndrome.
Somebody's asking if that's the same as Kawasaki disease.
Very similar. It looks very similar, and some of the key factors that kind of overlap. About 5 days, anywhere from 4 to 6 days, but 5 days of fevers for Kawasaki's, and then you can get a rash, some pink eye, swelling of your lymph nodes, swelling of your hands and feet. One thing that kind of makes it a little bit different is that with MIS, there's a very high percentage, depending on what studies you look at, 60 to 100% will have GI symptoms. So they'll have, either abdominal pain, vomiting, diarrhea. And then the age group, typically, from what we're seeing in the States, tilted a little bit older, so more like 8 to 12, although they saw a range from the very young to teens. Whereas in Kawasaki's, we typically see that in the younger kids, maybe like 3, 4, 5, with a predilection for those of Asian descent. Interestingly, I haven't come across any studies from any Asian countries that have picked up on MIS. And the studies that mostly we're working off of have been from the UK and from the States.
But we haven't had any cases on Guam, right?
There's none that we can say for sure.
Right. I was working on a story.
They say it's a spectrum.
Yeah, I'll just share with you. We were working on a story. We had got a tip that a young boy had passed a COVID, and that on the death certificate it had said that multi-inflammatory syndrome, but they later went back and changed the cause of death. And and of course, just being in the news, I was like, well, this is just crazy. But I spoke with a doctor who coded the boy. I mean, so sad, and he stood by the change. So it is what it is,
Yeah. I was actually the primary attending on that child. And I can't go into details because of HIPAA, but as we're talking about this surveillance study, one of the things that we want to do is kind of go back to that case and kind of look, that child did have underlying medical conditions. And so it really fuzzies the picture a little bit, because one of the criteria for MIS is there should be no alternative plausible diagnosis. And he clearly had one that could have gone, clearly contributed, but what did COVID make a difference? It's hard to say.
Doc, we had Dr. Ann Pobutsky on, the territorial epidemiologist, and she kind of did a mic drop on the schools, and she was referencing these numbers that we're seeing with the young people, 20 to 39, but then she also touched on the numbers that we see with the 0 to 19 year olds. And what did she say, Bree? There's no way
she said no way, but we probably shouldn't even be having school for the
rest of the year.
Yeah.
It's really tough to forecast the future, but with our current, rising cases, it's going to be a really tough environment to open up. Just we keep seeing staff at schools get test positive. I mean, staff in the hospital are testing positive, and everything's kind of come ground to a halt right now.
Was that discussed during the PAG last night?
As far as schools, no, that wasn't discussed. Well, the big issue last night was, the hospital is really close. It's very understaffed right now. We're losing a lot of staff due to, positive contacts, and then of course they need to be taken out. And so, Dr. Jolene Uggen is really just working so hard and so tirelessly. And really, when this is all done, you guys, the whole island really owes her a huge debt of gratitude for her work that she's done. But yeah, she's doing the best that she can, and they're pulling people in where they can and really just trying to make this happen. They opened up I think, what is it, Care 5 now in the hospital. So, but even I was just looking at the census, and even that one is almost full just because we have the physical space, we just don't have the staffing, and staffing is not just something you could just throw money at to get more nurses.
So what is the latest count of staff at GMH that have tested positive for COVID?
Sorry, could you repeat that? Didn't quite catch that.
What is the latest count of the medical personnel staff at GMH that have tested positive?
I don't have the exact number. They give us a daily bulletin kind of how many tested positive. I thought it was something in the 20s.
At GMH?
But it's not at GMH. Yeah. I could be wrong.
But that would be for the duration of the pandemic, right? Not just 20 pop.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think so.
We can follow up with Lillian.
But the problem is, just contact trace, like the contact tracing part. So if people get exposed, then we have to do.
You have to sideline
out of the rotation.
Right.
Yeah. That makes
So,
it difficult.
so you're confirming that the sidelining of nurses who have come into contact with positives, it's hampering the hospital operations, obviously.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and it's not just the nurses. I mean, Dr. Elgin was saying, she's having trouble getting nurse assistants. The ward clerks, janitors are out. I mean, it's not just doctors and nurses running the hospital, right? It's just so much staff.
Wow, Doc.
It's very, it's such a overwhelming feeling, to just hear that this is exactly what we feared right in March, that the hospital would be overwhelmed. And
so how do you keep going? How do you get up every day knowing that we're in this? Everything they predicted.
It really helps to have good support system. So I'm so grateful that my wife, is also a pediatrician, understands what I'm going through. And then having non-medical friends is also just a godsend. Just to sometimes I just gotta let it out and just not have to respond with a medical mind and just relax
the WTFs and all that, right? Like,
yeah, but they're probably like, but what about this? But what about this? You have to say no COVID conversations.
Hey guys.
Yeah, sometimes they'll just let me vent, and I'm so grateful to have
nice. I bet sometimes though you're like, hey guys, no COVID questions after 5 p.m. All right, because I got doctor friends and they're about to block me. Well, Doc, thank you for your time. Anything in closing?
One quick question. I think we talked last time about because there was a story we did about a mother who was at the quarantine facility and they made her baby get tested, and so there was some conflicting and some clarification that were needed in the DPHSS guidelines. Do you know if there's any update on that? On I guess the age of testing is required.
I didn't see any updates on that. And that, with to be honest, our focus kind of shifted, with the past couple of meetings, just with, trying to deal with rising cases. Yeah. I don't know. And that would still be up to public health, discretion, I suppose.
All right. Well, thanks, Doc. Stay safe.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rum. Be safe.
You guys too.
Wear your mask, wash your hands. Guys. Okay,
of course.
See you. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. 9:43, Dr. Michael Lum of the Physicians Advisory Group. We're going to take a break and come back and close out the show with news. Next here on The Link, it's The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
McDonald's reminds everyone to please wear your face covering and practice social distancing. Download our mobile app to order
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast, with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
A mask should not be a sign of weakness. A mask should not be a political statement. A mask should not be another way to divide us. A mask is a protective device, a barrier to protect you and those around you from a virus. A mask is just a mask, and masks save.
Hello, my name is Onania Snively, and I'm here to explain the importance of wearing a mask. Mask in Turkish, polypollen awat arepotuj. Mask asisilan kichingaw. Mask asapasisilan and notes mail up for us. Mask asap ew alan I move fasanigit. Mask ew bisekin appet. Mask ew titin appet ngonuk. Me John arum seni someone. Mask ew jak mask. Mask appetin manaw. Hello, my name is Onania Snively, and I'm here to explain how important the mask is in Pohnpei. So, mask, eu kapoy magichagan perela ewa child o chuma child ka omni mask. So, mask, kaiden eu kaiden asocha kasaleta kilelen luwat. Mask, kaiden eu mask and sangachan kaamko. Eu mask asocha kasaleta kikichan basa. Eu mask men perela. Eu men pereyuk o meni limamkaw. Sang somaw me kak kamelaranas. Eu mask, eu men perela. Mask, men perela, te peren more. Please wear your mask every time you're out.
Rise up for love. Rise up above. We will rise up for love. Heard it so much.
Hey, it's The Breeze 93.9. The show proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Cowboy Enterprises, and IT&E. Yeah, I just want to get this Guam Bankers Association thing out, and then we'll finish up with Bree. The Guam Bankers Association has put out some info just on the bank openings. ANZ Bank will reopen Monday, 9 to 1 drive-through only. In-branch visits by appointment only. Bank of Guam, Agatna, and Upper Tumon branches to reopen tomorrow. All other branches reopen Monday. Bank of Hawaii reopens 12 noon today with normal hours of operations thereafter. Bank Pacific reopen at noon with normal hours of operation thereafter. And the same with First Commercial Bank and, of course, our sponsor, First Hawaiian Bank. 9:49. Let's do a look at news here from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani on the link. Good morning, Sabrina.
Hafaday. Good morning, everyone. 112 new positive cases were reported out of the Joint Information Center last night, bringing Guam's total COVID case count to 1,232. 766 of those cases are hospitalized. At GMH, there are now 10 deaths as of Thursday. A bill to cancel the primary election was passed and was signed by the governor. Senators met in an emergency session Thursday to debate a bill by Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes to scrap the balloting over voter safety concerns during the pandemic. At the request of Senator Kelly Marsh-Titano, Attorney General Levin Camacho issued an opinion that senators do have the authority to cancel the election and to decide what to do with more than 2,000 votes that have already been cast. The AG also said while he needs more time to research whether canceling the congressional primary violates federal law, he notes that the Organic Act gives the legislature broad authority over local elections. Voting no were Republicans Will Castro and Luis Muña and Democrat Kelly Marsh-Titano. The governor again signed that bill into law. All the candidates will advance to the general election on November 3rd. The Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce issuing a statement in response to Dr. Vince Akamoto's disparaging, quote, misogynistic statements about Public Health Medical Director Dr. Jana Menglonia on the link yesterday. The statement they issued, quote, he used language that was dehumanizing and completely uncalled for, hate speech that would normally be censored by a broadcast station, uttered one day after the centennial anniversary of women's suffrage. Akamoto's profanity made it clear that women still have to fight for equality in today's professional environment, as it is fairly obvious he would not have uttered such derogatory epithets at a male colleague. The U.S. Department of Transportation's Federal Transit Administration announces 25 projects in 24 states and 1 territory will receive a share of approximately $14 million in funding through the Accelerating Innovative Mobility AIM initiative to support mobility and innovation in the transit industry. According to a media release, the Guam Regional Transit Authority will receive $1.9 million to introduce on-demand transit service to expand connections between rural communities and enable Base Guam to the island's commercial centers. The 2020 Republican National Convention wraps up tonight with President Trump delivering his convention address from the White House, officially accepting his nomination for a second term. Day 3 of the virtual convention focused on law and order and features speeches by Kellyanne Conway, Callie McEnany, and Vice President Pence. You can watch the live coverage on KUAM TV 8, I believe, at 12 noon. And that is your news. You okay?
Yeah, we'll take a short break and come back and wrap up the show next right here on The Link.
Happy Life Construction.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Half a day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you're sick. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
Fat tofu. Not much of a tofu guy unless it's fat. 9:58. Friday, woohoo! Betness. Good morning, Sabrina. Good job today.
Good job, everybody. Sorry. Good job.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Good job, guys. Okay, cool.
No. Everybody, please stay home.
What is going on, Bree, with the lockdown? It goes into effect.
Lockdown?
You know, when can they go to the beach and individual exercise?
Isn't that this Saturday?
Yeah, tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Guys,
And the banks are today. So individual exercise in parks and public spaces, effective Saturday. Auto repair and auto parts shops, auto sales, and real estate, because we're all trying to go buy a car right now.
Yeah, I want to buy a
Other
house right
financial
now.
Institutions,
I want to buy a house and a
insurance,
car.
Accounting, money transfer, those are tomorrow. But today it's banks that are open.
And also, the floodgates are open, as it looks like we're going to get a lot of rain. DPW mobilized. They're out there in their raincoats and their galoshes.
Fixing roads.
Mayors also, first responders. out there is just another thing our people got to deal with. As if dealing with this COVID wasn't enough, now we're getting flooded out. I was checking my messengers. Thank you, guys. Hey, send me the videos. Want them. There's the Molesto videos. It's crazy. Umatic, obviously. And Mayor Louise had said that they had to evacuate someone out of a house.
Yeah, I think 2 families.
And put them up in a hotel. Wow. So just be safe, guys. Stay home. I feel like that's nuts. Yeah, look at this flooding.
And I gotta say, Landon over at National Weather Service, he did warn us about this on Monday when he came on the show.
Yeah.
He does his weekly weather forecast every Monday morning, and this is exactly what he said was going to happen. That Thursday we're going to be seeing some thunderstorms and some rain. And
I needed my thunder buddy last night because we had the thunder. It was crazy. Did you get that? Did you guys hear that up in Chico?
No, I don't think so.
It was
I was asleep.
It was shaking the house, like literally was shaking the house, and it was like, pow! I know you guys know what I'm talking about.
Out.
Yeah, it was just nuts. So, guys, please obey. You know who my thunder buddy. Please be safe, though, guys. Wash your hands. Stay home. Wear your masks.
Oh, I thought you said, I know your thunder buddy. Is that what
I'm
you
just
said?
talking. So right on. Go ahead, Bree. Go on.
No, I don't got nothing to say. I just say I was asleep. You said something about a thunder buddy.
Stay home. Okay. Limit your interactions. Guys, we just got to flatten this curve. They lock us down for another week. Let's make this lockdown count. And we have your 6. There's a lot of stuff going on today. So be sure to check out our KUAM News 6 primetime show. Sabrina, good job today.
Good job.
Joe, sir, good job. Jason, good job. Master Control, of course, and Kengineer. And again, to our KUAM news team, continuing to go out there and get you all the stuff that you need to know. All right, so just be safe. Anything else, Bree?
No, I was going to turn down my thing in case you plan on saying something else.
Okay, fine. All right, guys, so this is it. For Sabrina Sauce, Matanani, Guasi, Chris, Está John.
Bye.
Loved you from the very start, my love's on the table.